Hello, beautiful creatures of the internet. I'm Mango Jones. I was actually supposed to start this like 15 minutes ago, but it's London broil night and I'm fat, so I was stuffing my face. Before we get into stuff, as always, in the description, there is a list of all sorts of resources for LGBTQIA plus individuals, people that need reproductive health help, things of that nature. There are links to all of the members of the Stream Pervs, who are the people that I share StreamYard with. Slim Living Cyborg, Sir Little Wolf, Vila Vendetta, Dungeon Queen. Shameless shill for my bestie. He's selling pickles. They're ready. Hit him up. postalaguana@gmail.com. It's the whole thing. Also, friendly reminder. Excuse me. Shit. If you survive through this trial with me, because I am a petty adjunct professor in legal law, you get your petty university degree in rich white law, because it's so much different. We should specify Southern, but okay, I tell people how good your pickles are all the time, Lizard. Okay, so hi, Two Guns. Hi, Sydney. Anorexia. Skits. And of course, Lizard. So, before we get into the next part of Murdaugh on the stand, we need to talk about the timeline of what happened that day. We really do. Because I was kind of wrong in some of my times yesterday, and I am absolutely fine saying that I was wrong. So I'm going to correct myself today. We're going to talk about it. Such is life. Also, I missed a couple days of trial, so I missed some stuff. So, I'm caught up now. We're good. But I apologize for having the wrong information, and we're going to fix it. So, June 7th. We have heard testimony from the housekeeper as to what she did June 7th. We have heard from Libby's caretaker. We have heard, they have the 911 calls out there. They have, we've heard the body cam footage. I'm not sure if they showed the dash footage, that interview, but we do have the information for that. This handy dandy chart and list and everything will be in the drive after this is over, because I got caught up in watching stuff. I'm sorry. And eating. So, SLED. They have an official timeline that takes everything from the cell phones, all the cell phones that they pulled information from, the OnStar, all of the cell companies, they have that information. And they used that information to build us the comprehensive timeline of when exactly phone calls were made, texts were sent, and important things like when Paul and Maggie's phones were locked for the last time. So. Oh, yeah. No, this trial is pretty much everywhere at this point. It really is. And of course you've arrived fit. We talk about this all the time. I can't do this without you. I'm a hype woman. So, based off of all of these lovely pieces of information, all of the things that they have out there. Yes, I know. What about the Capri Suns? Hush. Need Capri Suns, though. So, some important things to know about like where everything is laid out. The distance from Murdaugh's law firm, or his former law firm, to the Moselle property was roughly 12.4 miles. The distance from Moselle to where Maggie's phone was found, 0.8 miles, because it was found on the main road. It was found on Moselle Road. The approximate distance from the Moselle main gate to the Almeida property is 13.4 miles. If you go the direction that Alex Murdaugh went that night. But we'll get into that. Also, the estimated time between Paul taking that video at the kennels to his phone locking for the very last time and not unlocking again was approximately 3 minutes. Yeah. 3 whole minutes. So, we know that the morning of June 7th, Blanca, the housekeeper, she was talking to Miss Murdaugh. She was asked to, come over and make dinner because Paul likes when she cooks. And Maggie said that she had doctor's appointments out in Edisto. When Blanca got to the house, neither Paul nor Maggie were there. Alex was there. Alex was asleep. But Maggie wasn't too happy about the fact that, like, Alex wanted her to come back to Moselle that day because she was trying to get the Edisto property ready for a 4th of July event that they were holding. And then Alex asked Paul to come to the property that day because of the sunflowers. That's the one consistent thing, is the goddamn sunflowers. But so Blanca told us that when she got there, just Alex was there. He was asleep, and she saw him go to work. They know that he went to work at 12:06 p.m. We know that when he went to work, he was wearing khaki pants, a green polo shirt, a blue sport coat, and brown leather shoes. Blanca made dinner. She left. She went to pick up her son. Gotta do what you gotta do. When we were watching the first part of Alex's testimony last night, Alex has testified that he was at Moselle that morning, but so was Maggie, and he talked to her about all the stuff she had going on that day. He wasn't asleep. He was talking to her, but said nothing about Blanca when she showed up. And yeah, like, what? Anyway, so Maggie Murdaugh, she had to go see her doctor out in Edisto. She had a few things around the Edisto property that she had to get done. And while she was still gone, at around 6:09, 6:10, Paul tries to call her. She briefly answers, but then she texts him and is just like, hey, I'm getting a foot massage. So, like, Blanca made dinner. I'll be home after my foot massage. At between 6:20 and 6:24, Marion, Maggie's sister, the one that was taken off of the will, like 10 days after she was put on the will back in 2015, or 2005, I'm sorry. She tries to call. Maggie texts her and she's like, hey, getting foot massage, call you back. Paul texts Maggie about what Blanca made for dinner. And Alex, his phone connects to his Suburban at 6:24:02 so that he can leave the PED law firm 16 seconds later. Exactly 16 seconds later. At 6:42, Alex's Suburban arrives to the property. After that, he tries to call Maggie twice. He does one at 6:43, one at 6:44. At 7:02, Maggie calls Alex. At 7:04, Paul arrived at Moselle. And we know that Maggie's phone attached to her Bluetooth. So she was in her car. She was getting ready to go. Hey, J Gamer. Now, one of the biggest pieces in all of the things that Alex has said about what happened that day is that him and Paul knocked so much stuff out. They rode around for hours. They went to the dove pond. They went to the cabin. They cleaned out a bulldozer. Yeah, they cleaned out a bulldozer. Alex got there at 6:42 and Paul got there at 7:04. And yeah, they rode around for like an hour tops. Less than an hour. Because 7:39, Paul's phone is at the property. He's at the house. He's at the big house. And his phone registers a thumbnail for the Snapchat video where Alex is fucking around with the tree. Then at 7:56, they're out at the cabin. They're out at the caretaker house that Alex calls a cabin. And that's when the Snapchat video, the first one, of Alex is sent, where he's messing with the tree. Now, again, he has testified, and he has said to multiple officers that they were out there doing stuff for hours. It's just not possible. There's no fucking way. Because at 8:17, Maggie arrives at the property. Her phone disconnects from the Bluetooth. And Alex says that as soon as she got to the property, he went back to the main house. It doesn't add up. Following that, about 2 minutes later, Paul is back at the property. And Alex says that when she got home, he went to go take a shower. Because he had been outside for hours doing all this work. And he was hot and sweaty and fat and all this other stuff. And when he got out, they ate dinner. And he said that Paul was somewhere around the house. Maggie's phone locked at 8:31. Maggie, according to her phone record, Maggie is very much the type of woman that's just not on her phone all the time. So for her, it makes sense that her phone will lock and it will stay locked. Paul, all of his stuff showed him constantly Snapchatting people, messaging people. He was FaceTiming people. He was doing it all over the property. Everywhere he went on the property that day, up to a certain point, he was talking to people. He's a 22-year-old college kid. Very stereotypical. Now, Alex says that Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, but he really didn't want to go. So she went with Paul. He laid down on the couch, and then he decided, oh, you know what? I'm going to go out there too. Mind you, Paul's phone registered being at the kennels at 8:38 p.m. The video of Alex being out there, Maggie being out there, him being out there, it started at 8:44:49, and the video stopped recording at 8:45:47. The video, when it got pulled, was technically 8:48:29. The last text that he sent was 8:48:29. Alex said that when he went out there, he was riding in the golf cart, and he didn't like going out there because it was chaos, and that's why we got that weird fucking story about the chicken. At 8:49:01, Alex's phone locks. And that's the last time his phone locks. 8:49:01. That is before Alex's phone registers being at the house. Maggie unlocked her phone, read a text, opened an app, all between 8:49:26 and 8:49:28. Just two simple things. Her phone locked at 8:49:31, and it did not get unlocked until the next day, June 8th, at 1:10 p.m., when it was found on the side of the road, Moselle Road. Now, apparently something weird about iPhones, is that if you have an open app and your phone is locked, it'll like take a snapshot of it even while your phone is locked. Like apparently when you swipe up or something, it's supposed to like screenshot. Doesn't necessarily mean that like that's when the screenshot was taken, but that's just when the phone registered it. Fucking weird. But around the same time that her phone is doing that, Alex has claimed that he had gone back to the house. He had laid down, put his feet up, and decided, I'm going to go see my mom. It's roughly 7 minutes after that video was taken. Now, between 9:02 and 9:06, Alex was allegedly getting ready to go to his mom's house. His phone registered him taking 283 steps in 4 minutes. Dude was pacing. Dude was off. During that time, he called Maggie's phone 3 times. Maggie's phone wasn't with Maggie. Because when Maggie's phone locked at 8:49 p.m., Maggie's phone registered it traveling. It traveled 58 steps, roughly. Alex called his dad at 9:05. And the data from Maggie's phone says that the last time her phone was held up was 9:06:20. That was less than a minute before Alex left the property and 2 minutes before he passed the location where her phone was found the next day. There's no way that Maggie Murdaugh had her phone. 9:06:53, his phone connects to the Suburban. 9:07:06, he leaves Moselle to go to the Almeda property. Where her phone was found, 0.8 miles from the main gate of Moselle. He drove past that exact spot right between 9:08:36 and 9:08:42. There's 2 different ways that you can get to Almeda from the Moselle property. And he just happened to go the direction that her phone was found in. After her phone magically traveled and never unlocked again. Anyway, 9:08:58, while he's driving, right after he passes this point that Maggie's phone was found in, he texts her that he's going to check on M, his mom, Libby, and that he'd be right back. Now, in an earlier interview with police, he said that he took a nap on the couch for 25-30 minutes, got up, called Maggie so she could ride with him to his mom's. She didn't answer, so he left without her, and then he texted her at 9:08. At 9:10, Alex called Buster. Talked to him for about 60 seconds. That call was deleted from his phone. That's why it didn't show up in the initial extractions. That's why SLED had to get that one through their extraction. Alex called attorney Chris Wilson at 9:12 p.m. Talked to him for 42 seconds. Also got rid of that call. Alex talked to John Marvin at 9:18 for 106 seconds. Chris Wilson called him back at 9:20. John Marvin, Chris Wilson, Randy, and Buster were the first people at the property after the muck duck happened. At 9:22, Alex arrived at Alameda, and the records show that he parked away from the house. He was parked like right along the tree line, and Alex says that what happened was he got there, he went up to the door, he knocked on the door, they didn't answer, so he called. It's going to take a little bit more than 2 minutes to get everything done and walk across the property to the front door to be able to knock on the front door. Because Shelly's is more believable because she said that he called her and said, "Hey, I'm here. Could you let me in?" It took her roughly 5 minutes to let him in. So that would put him getting inside the door at roughly 9:25:33. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's 9:29:33. I messed that up. I'm smart. He said that Alex showed up in a t-shirt, shorts, Sperry's. The exact same outfit he was wearing when he called the cops. Shelly said that Libby was not awake. She's in bed, not awake. She had some small talk with Alex. Alex sat on her bed, held her hand, talked to her for a minute, laid down in the other bed for a minute. He was there 20 minutes tops. 15 to 20 minutes tops. Which lines up with when his phone connected to a Suburban. Connected at 9:42:49. He left the Alameda property at 9:43:18. 9:45, he calls Maggie, goes unanswered. And he said inside of the interview in the police car on June 8th that it was weird that she didn't answer. He tried to call her, he tried to text her, he tried to call Paul. So it was weird. It was unusual. She wasn't answering. He texts her 9:47, saying, "Hey, call me." It goes unread, obviously. At 9:52, Alex texted attorney Chris Wilson, his buddy that he had been talking to on his way to Alameda, saying, "Hey, call me if you're up." At this time, his car is registered going 80.1 miles per hour. There's no reason to drive that fast, unless you have a reason to drive that fast. And he didn't. At least not logically. Chris called him at 9:52. Call lasted for 42 seconds. That call was also deleted. 9:53. Calls him again. Talked for 123 seconds. 10 o'clock and 30 seconds, Alex arrived at Moselle. He's at the main house. 10:03:58, roughly 10:04. He called Maggie. She didn't answer. And he did say that when he got to the main house, he called her and he was like, oh, she's not answering. I should go check the kennels. 10:05:06, Alex left the main house. Alex arrived at the kennels at 10:05:57. Allegedly, when he got there, he saw them. He knew something terrible had happened. He just knew. And he has told so many different stories about what happened when he got to the kennels. They're always slightly different. When he pulled up, he could see Paul and knew it was real bad. He ran out, he could see Paul's brain. He tried to turn Paul over and his phone popped out of his pocket. He tried to do something with it, but gave up and put it down. He tried to touch them as limited as possible and tried to get a pulse from them. And then he called 911. That's what he said in the cop car. When he was testifying on the stand, he said that when he got out of the car, he knew. He didn't go all the way to them, but he ran back to his car, called 911. He called 911 about 20 seconds after he got to the kennels. He pulled up to the kennels, was there for 20 seconds, he called 911. Where Paul was situated at, unless he pulled up in a very, very specific way, he would not have been able to see Paul. He could have seen Maggie. He wouldn't have seen Paul. The only way that he would have seen Paul when he pulled up is if he went through the other gate, which is down by the kennels. But he used the main gate because that's the one that he left in. Well, out of. Yesterday, he testified that, when he calls 911, like, he did exactly what he did when the first officer showed up. He right away was just like, oh, these threats. These are the reason. The threats. The threats. The threats that we didn't take seriously. And the nature of these threats has changed each time he talks about them. When he first talked about it, when he was on the phone with 911, he said that he knew it was them. He should have taken it more seriously. He knew. The boat incident, he knew. They were punching him, he knew. When he talked to the cops, when the cops showed up, again, the boat. Has to be the boat. So no way it's not the boat. Absolutely no way it's not the boat. When he was on the stand, he testified that he didn't take the threats against Paul seriously. The vile things put on social media, it was over the top, and they didn't think anything of it. Paul made reports of the threats at the university, but there's, as of right now, no paper trail. If you're being threatened on a university campus like that, they're going to do something, you know? Now, he claims that when he was on the phone with 911, that's when he went up to Paul and Maggie and was checking them for a pulse. He was trying to flip Paul over. between 10:10:09 and 10:10:46 based on the 911 call itself. He was asked when the last time he spoke to Maggie was, and he said it was about 2 hours prior, 8:10 p.m. in person. He has already said that he admitted, he just straight up said, I lied to everyone. Because, I mean, we have the video. We know that he lied to everyone. Between 10:11:31 and 10:11:37, Alex told the 911 operator that he's going back to his house to get a gun and that he's about 100 yards, 300 feet from his house. He also said in his testimony yesterday that he touched both of them before going back to the house. So he calls at 10:06, says that he went up to them before he went to go get his gun, was touching on him. And realistically, because both his wife and his son are laying in their own blood, and he is trying to check them for a pulse, and he is trying to move them. Why was there nothing on him? He also says that when he tried to flip Paul over, his phone popped out of his back pocket. When he talked to the police inside of the patrol car, he said that he picked up Paul's phone when it popped out of his pocket, and he tried to see what it could do with it, and then he gave up and he put it down. Why would you try to see what you could do with your son's phone? Why wouldn't you just leave it and try to flip him over? If you're, I don't get it. But anyway, at 10:11:54 p.m., Alex leaves the kennels. Right after he says to 911 operator, I'm going to go get my gun. At 10:12, she says, hey, I'd rather you not get a gun when my officers are there. Don't have a gun. 10:12:18 to 10:13, he tells her all about the threats and why he has to have a gun. 10:13:54. Keep track of that. He left the kennels and arrived at the main house. Then 2 minutes. 10:13:58. The time was read out in the 911 call. One of the operators said what time it was while talking to dispatch. Alex Murdaugh somehow managed to go from the kennels to his house, get his gun, load his gun, leave his house, get rid of all the blood that was on him from when he touched everyone, and make it back to the kennels by 10:14. He touched them before he left. He left at 10:11:54. He arrived, went through the house, got what he needed, was out of the house by 10:13:54, 2 minutes, and was back at the kennels within like 30 seconds. How does that work? How does that make sense? But yes, his claim on the stand is that he went back to the house, loaded the gun. He loaded the gun at the house and left. But with what time? The time isn't there. The time isn't there for all of the things that he's doing within that short span. 10:15, he tells dispatch that he already touched him. Operator asked if Paul had made any reports about the threats, and Alex says that he did. We still have no proof of any of those reports. 10:16, he says that he needs to call his family, and the operator very politely requested that he put his gun inside of his vehicle when the officers arrive. So that way there's no issue. But he had to go. He had to go call his family. Lizard, he was driving a Suburban. They have F-150s, but he was driving a Suburban. Now, 10:17:46, he calls Randy. Talks to Randy for 56 seconds. Between 10:18:08 and 10:18:20, Paul's phone backlight registers as being lit up. Nothing happens on the phone. The phone can't be unlocked. But someone fucked with his phone. The only person there is Alex. Randy answered the phone at 10:17:46 after Alex got off the phone with 911. Alex deleted that call from his call log and then texted Randy at 10:18:45, a whole minute later, when he, right after he got off the phone with him, because he called him at 10:17:46 and texted him at 10:18:45 saying, please call me, emergency. Why would he need to please call you emergency when you just got off the phone with him? You were on the phone with him for 56 seconds. He answered. He answered the phone. You were talking to him. He should know it's an emergency. Someone make it make sense. Please. It's a very, very weird fucking thing to happen. Alex called me again to 1932. That call was also deleted. But you just talked to him. And then told him to call you because it's an emergency. Within seconds after getting off the phone with him. Right after you got off the phone with 911. I have to repeat that a few times because that's not how that's supposed to work. (10:19:44), he calls John Marvin. He's on the phone with John Marvin for 40 seconds. 10:20, Paul's phone is registering the display's on again. Someone's messing with his phone again. Alex calls Rogan Gibson, who is a lifelong friend of Paul's. He didn't answer. He did not pick up his call. Alex called Christy Murdaugh at 10:21:57. So you've got all of these Murdaughs, one friend of Paul's, which doesn't fit into the other people that are being called. Maggie's family, has not been called. Buster got called a while ago. Why didn't you call Buster? You talked to Buster on your way to your mom's house. Why did you call Rogan Gibson while trying to get into your son's phone, who's dead, and not call your other son or text him? Between 10:24:33 and 10:24:44, 10-second time span. He tries to call Rogan again and tries to text him. Mind you, he still has yet to call Buster since finding Buster's mother and brother dead. But Paul's phone keeps lighting up, and he keeps trying to call his best friend. Yo! Sorry about that. That was a tiny orchestra. Oh no. You see, Fit and Curvy, it wasn't his family being targeted. It was just Paul. Only Paul. No one else, just Paul. But why wouldn't you, like, call your son to tell him that you just found his mom and brother dead? You're calling everyone else. You called your brother right after you got off the phone with 911 and talked to him for 56 seconds and then texted him within seconds of getting off the phone saying, "Call, it's an emergency." Bitch, that looks like a setup. Because it probably is. Allegedly it is. Allegedly. Now, all of this is happening after he gets off the phone with 911. Still no call to Buster. 10:25 is when the first deputy arrives at the property. So the deputy's there. He has shown up. Now, the very first call to actually appear in the extraction done by Colleton County is when Alex Murdaugh tried to FaceTime Rogan Gibson. Because guess who did not delete that FaceTime? Now, roughly between 10:26 and 10:27 is when the cop gets there and he's just like trying to help, doing his job. And Alex is telling him about the threats Paul had been receiving and said that most were benign, that they didn't take seriously, but Paul had been getting punched. Paul was getting punched. When he was inside of the deputy's vehicle, he explained, now, again, he told dispatch about the threats, said that he should have known. He told the cop that has arrived on scene that most were benign. It didn't take seriously, but Paul had been getting punched. Then the very next day, when he is inside of the vehicle with the officers doing the top to bottom interview, he explained that Paul had pretty vile things written about him online because of the boat accident. said that in public, he got punched, hit, and attacked a lot. And he constantly got threats in public, but not really online. Like, Paul was constantly under attack. The female officer that was there, she did ask if it was mostly on social media, and he was like, no, it's in public. It's all in public. If you're getting attacked in public like that, and you're awaiting trial for pretty serious crime, it can be retaliation, and you can get in a lot of trouble for that. You need to keep a paper trail. You say that these things were reported, but we have zero proof of reports, but you're also saying that you really didn't take it seriously. It was reported, but you didn't take it seriously. But it wasn't that big of a deal. But they said vile things. Which is it? Which is it? At least Alex had the sense enough to be like, oh no, like no one directly involved in the boat accident is targeting him. Like they wouldn't do that. Like good on you. Congratulations. You saved them from being investigated in something you did, allegedly. Now, 10:29 p.m. He still has not called Buster. But he talks to Randy again. Talks to him for 42 seconds. He was on the phone with Randy when he asked the deputy, they're dead, aren't they? And you'll hear him tell Randy that the police are there, and he says that he's on the phone with Randy. Like, that lines up. That's kosher. That's copacetic. Minus the whole, they are dead, aren't they? I thought you checked their pulse. I thought you tried to flip Paul over. I thought you said that you saw his brain on the sidewalk. I'm pretty sure you said that in your testimony and a few other times. About 10:30, he did that whole lie thing again where he didn't tell the truth about what time he saw them. But we know that he lied about that. So, like, at 10:30 and 31 seconds, still has not called Buster. He tries to FaceTime Rogan again. When he's talking to the officer in the body cam footage, you can see that he turns away from the camera and he's like holding something up to his ear, like near his face. And he puts it away and he turns back around. Why are you trying to get in touch with your son's best friend when you can't get into his phone? He's dead. But you still haven't called your son. Now, between 10:31, 10:32, Alex asked the officer. No, remember, Alex has already asked about 10:30. No, about 10:29. 10:29, right there. 10:29:17. It's on the phone with Randy. They are dead, aren't they? Between 10:31 and 10:32, he asks if someone's going to check them. The officer says they've already checked him. And he asks their official that they're dead. And the deputy's like, yes. But you checked for their pulse. You saw his brain on the ground. You tried to flip him over. You told 911 that they weren't breathing. And I'm still hung up on the whole, you called your brother after getting off the phone with 911. Was on the phone with him for 56 seconds. And in a few seconds after you got off the phone with him, you texted him to call you. It's an emergency, and you deleted the call. Because he saw his brain on the ground. I hate to laugh about that, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, it was there. And allegedly, it's because of Alex Murdaugh. Gotta cover my bases. Allegedly. Now, after it was confirmed again in the whole they're official that they're dead thing, Alex said that he needs to call Maggie's parents. He needs to call Maggie's mother. He did not call Maggie's mother. He also still has not called Buster. At 10:34:24, Paul's phone battery dies. Paul's battery is dead. The phone shuts off. It's done. And you know what's funny? Alex Murdaugh stops trying to call Rogan after Paul's phone dies. That's when it stopped. He kept trying to FaceTime and call Rogan up until that phone died. Because that phone only had like 5% battery when he first went to the kennels. Had about 3% battery while it was locked for the last time, and Maggie's phone was magically moving from the kennels to where it ended up at 0.8 miles outside of the Moselle property. Her phone screen locked for the last time at 8:49. Now, in the body cam footage, I still cannot get over the fact that roughly 10:34:30 p.m. I did the math. Roughly at 10:34:30 p.m., Alex sees another officer walk by and immediately switches from a bumbling mess to, "How you doing?" The straightest voice pop, "How you doing?" Like he was professionally meeting him in a lawyer capacity rather than as the heartbroken victim of his wife and son getting murdered. Who switches like that? 10:35, Alex calls John Marvin again. He's on the phone with John Marvin for 28 seconds. And right after he gets off the phone with John Marvin, the cops talk to him about the tire tracks and ask if they're from Alex going in and out. And he said that he left the one time and came back, and only 2 of the tracks are his. But he drove the golf cart down to the kennels earlier that day. And he had been riding around the property all over the place with Paul. Anyway, Alex calls Randy again at 10:36. Now, again, he's talking to his brothers, tries to call Rogan, talking to his brothers, Rogan, Christy, his sister, Rogan, John Marvin, Randy. Buster still doesn't know, allegedly. He talked to Randy for 56 seconds, and while he was on the phone with Randy, the officer told another deputy that was there, who was wondering like what Alex was doing, that he was pretty sure he was speaking with his brother, and that Alex had said he needed to call someone. Now, Alex has just put on this big show for the cops. He's heartbroken. He's upset. He's worried. He's all of these things. Fit, I think you're going to hate me for hiding this nice little tidbit of the timeline from you. In the body cam footage, at approximately that time, when he said that he needed to go talk to someone, he needed to make a phone call, they were also telling him that he needed to be farther back from the crime scene. While he is stuck farther back from this crime scene, when he gets off the phone at 10:37 p.m., I guess he got bored, because dude was not on camera on the body cams because he was told to stay away. He read a group chat from his buddy Michael Gunn that had come in at 10:22. Now, mind you, at 10:22, he was a bit, preoccupied talking to Christy and attempting to call and text Rogan and get inside of Paul's phone. So, yeah, he's bored. He checks his group chat. 10:40, he searches Whaley's Edisto. 10:44, his phone connects to the Chevy Bluetooth. He sat on the stand and testified that he did not take the time to look that up. He did not take the time to read his messages. He was trying to find someone to call. Dude had been off and on the phone with his brothers since the time that he got off the phone with 911. What do you mean you're trying to find someone to call? You've hit up your people. You haven't even called your son yet. You finally called your son after you got hooked up to the Chevy Bluetooth. 10:44:20 is when you finally decided to call Buster. Buster didn't answer. As he had you texted him after you got off the phone with 911 and said, call, it's an emergency. Probably would have called. But I mean, you did talk to him on the way to Alameda. So, I mean, Buster probably knew. Allegedly. $10:44:39, his phone connects to his Suburban. 10:45, he calls Buster's girlfriend. 10:46, he calls Brooklyn's mother. While Alex is calling Brooklyn's mother, Buster tried to call Maggie. Maggie's phone registered the call, but her phone's in the middle of the fucking road, 0.8 miles away, and it somehow magically floated there around the same time that Alex Murdaugh was driving through there on his way to Alameda. 10:47, Buster tries to call Rogan. Alex texted Buster, Tracy, and Brooklyn, "Call me urgent." 10:47, "Call me urgent." At approximately 10:52, the deputy did say on camera that Alex confirmed that he checked them for pulses, but the deputy did not ask about Paul's phone. Paul's phone that was sitting on his butt. Paul's phone that, if you remember correctly, Alex has been trying to get into since the time he got off the 911 call, trying to get Rogan to get on the phone with him. And then he stops trying to get in the phone when the cops arrive. He keeps trying to call Rogan, probably so that way when they hand him the phone, he can try and figure out how to get into it, make it seem a little less sus. But he quits trying to get in touch with him again after his phone died. The phone is dead, just sitting on top of Paul's ass. What? So at 10:55, Alex called Brian White, videographer that had had a business relationship with PMPED previously. Brian White has done interviews about this. He does not know why he was called, because he just had a business relationship with Alex. He had a working relationship with him, didn't really know anything about his family life, and was kind of surprised to see him on the news about this stuff. But I'm thinking that he probably just hit the wrong button. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely do believe that Alex Murdaugh just hit the wrong button, because Buster's name is in his phone as Buster. Brian Buster. 10:56, Buster calls Alex. Now, when he was interviewed on the 8th about everything that happened, one of the first things that he tried to do was throw CB Rowe under the bus, saying that he had hired this person to be groundskeeper, and he really wasn't cutting it, but he hadn't told him yet. And he kept talking about the fucking sunflowers in the dove field. And then he claimed that CB Rowe told Paul a story about getting beat up in high school, and an FBI team had been watching him, and they enlisted him, and he had to go fight radical Black Panthers from Florida to Myrtle Beach. And he was like, "I don't think it was him, but..." What does that even mean? Also, the day of the murders, fucking CB Rowe was in Georgia. His phone pinged there at 8:13, and he was at his home by 9:21. What I really, really, really want to know is why he got off the phone with 911 at 10:17, called Randy 46 seconds later, talked to him for 56 seconds, deleted the call, and texted him a few seconds later telling him to call. It's an emergency. Randy, what secrets do you know? I'm sure you know a lot. Same with John Marvin. Especially since when you became person in charge of Paul's estate, you decided to step back because your brother had stolen money from the law firm. He had been disgraced. And you filed a lawsuit against him. You filed a lawsuit against him claiming that he borrowed money from you and that he had only paid back half. Keep in mind that at this time, the time of the lawsuit, Alex Murdaugh had already been locked up and put in jail for things like conspiracy, fraud, for stealing money from his clients. He did not have access to his money, or at least what was left. Didn't have access to any of his assets. But if your brother sues you and you sign a judgment agreement, you can transfer that money out of your accounts to him without ever having to touch it because it's a legal thing. I personally believe, this is just my opinion, before we get into more of Alex's testimony, I personally believe that Buster, Randy, John Marvin all knew about this. I genuinely believe that they all knew about this. Buster had been kicked out of law school for cheating. And while Alex Murdaugh was in jail, he was writing letters and trying to get other people to write letters to get Buster back in. He tried to give up his rights to Maggie Murdaugh's estate so that way the state would treat him as though he died before her, so Buster could be in charge of it. And no one suing him could touch it. Randy worked with him. Randy would have been one of the people to find out about his embezzlement stuff. Randy opted to sue him for a loan that may or may not exist to help hide $45,000 in assets. Now, who else did the same thing? John Marvin. Oh, who else did the same thing? His friend Chad. The same friend Chad that got in trouble for helping him steal millions of dollars from Gloria Satterfield's sons. Four days before this happened, Alex had messaged his good buddy down at Palmetto State Bank asking for another $600,000 loan. He was wondering what turnaround would be. His dad would sign off on it. The really sick dad that literally died 3 days later. That $600,000 that he needed did not go through. But who had a $3.9 million piece of land in her estate because he signed it over to her in 2016 when he was 10 years into his fraud for $5 in love and affection? Maggie Murdaugh. You know who would be in charge of the estate and who would get all of the estate if they were the only one left? Alex. Buster wouldn't legally be able to touch anything if Alex were still alive. But if Alex knows that he's getting locked up, if Alex is aware of the fact that he's been stealing all of this money, and Alex is aware that it'll fuck everything up if he has 2 living sons, and the son that can help him the most. But again, that's just my personal opinion. And it makes a hell of a lot of sense. Which is unfortunate. Really fucking unfortunate. Yeah, Alex was aware he was going down soon. He knew it. He'd already been confronted about money. And they had already been investigating him for methamphetamine, Oxycontin, and being drug dealers with Curtis. They're already investigating that. Like he was aware. Maggie was aware too. She was worried about the multi-million-dollar lawsuit that Alex was having to deal with. Only one of them had a multi-million-dollar piece of property. Oh, and maybe if Paul's not around, the wrongful death lawsuit will get, dropped against him, and they'll only go after like the liquor store. And Alex, who doesn't have any assets like that. Yeah. Allegedly. Now, they decided to take a 10-minute break, and that's where we stopped yesterday. So we're going to skip ahead when they come back.
You may bring the jury.
By the way, I absolutely do think that the prosecution has like the same thought process on that I do, because they fought really fucking hard to have his financial crimes included. They got the right people to talk about it. They also got the door open for them when the defense made the mistake of bringing up the roadside shooting. So they were allowed to talk about that. love waiting for them. Also, I need to calm down a little. Like, shit like that gets me worked up.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Alec, you've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except with so much blood. But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on
I'm just going to leave that up.
Maybe not.
That's a good question.
Do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian wanted to testify about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected. I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else.
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun?
Yes.
This is item 22.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan tried to. This is
Now, see. Okay, so user 2. That if it was fresh, I put it there sounds self-incriminating. That's just you expressing that it sounds fishy. And it sounds like he can hurt himself in the cross examination. But if you were to say, I'm pretty sure he put it there on purpose, like that could get you in trouble. He allegedly put it there on purpose. Because we don't know. He allegedly killed his wife and his son. And I think he allegedly did it to save his ass in the worst way possible. But oh, you're welcome. Oh, I didn't put the Google Drive link. Hold on. I am so sorry, you guys. I'm usually on top of that. Now, one of the things within this trial that we don't have to say allegedly to is the fact that he wrote fake checks to himself. Or well, he wrote checks to himself in a fake forge account. Because we have that proof. It's not alleged. It's real. I am dropping the ball today. To be fair, though, I've been reading a lot of legal documents today. Oh, let me pin it. There we go. Yeah, no one in my chat get arrested. I can't afford your bail. I'm sorry. His was set at $7 million.
You know, one of the shotguns I like to use.
It is.
He meticulous about cleaning his guns.
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case provided results of that.
Okay, so before he continues, yes, user 2, for his financial crimes, for the suicide thing, the attempted suicide for hire. Yeah, he was held on $7 million. They tried to get it reduced, and the judge was like, "I need to see a psych eval first," and she was like, "Nah." So,
I mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen him
Right.
getting.
also, you aren't granted bail in the state of South Carolina if you were in trial for murder.
You just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
I don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a t-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this, not to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where'd you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus and Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. You know, there's things I remember, but I don't remember what time.
And Alec, we'll get to the detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember how things started and stopped and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
And we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, did you know whether you took a shower there or took a shower at Alameda or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there.
They were coming. Tell them, see them.
You called up Blanca, essentially Maggie's best friend. Like, Maggie talked to Blanca about everything. All of her stresses, her worries, her fears, all the good things. They had a very close personal relationship. You called her that morning and you said, without skipping a beat, "She's gone, B. They're gone." She thought that you just meant to Ezo, and you were just like, "Nah, they're dead." Like, what? Hey, Jakai. Actually, now that I think about it. So, okay. The Mallory Beach incident happened in 2019. The boat crash happened. They went to the hospital. Alex and Randolph showed up. They were like trying to get everyone to be hush hush. Things like that. You were overheard on the phone. We have the SCDNR reports. We have everyone's account from the hospital of what you were doing. And your exact words were simply just, straight as possible, "She's gone." Like in your lawyer voice. Your son allegedly is the reason why she was gone. And you're just as calm and straight as could be. When you called Blanca, you were just as calm and straight as could be. She's gone. Patterns of behavior.
We got up. And we got up from Alameda and we left and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they were. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and I'll see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there.
Oh yeah, we definitely know that you and your lawyer brothers and your lawyer friends that were hanging around the house that day knew that SLED was there. Because when you watch them in the gun room, you may not be present, but your lawyer bestie, Chris, is present, and your lawyer brother is present. just hanging out, like near the pool table, having casual conversation while glancing over at SLED agents. We can see them on the camera, like the body footage is there, body cam footage.
So, I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths. And that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked. Every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes,
Did she know your password?
yes.
And when
Hey, Beck. How's it going? So I love this part of his testimony. I really do. I love when he does this because I am so willing to just give them everything that they need. They can do whatever they want. Yay, SLED. You weren't giving them everything that they wanted. You were hoping everything would just go through the 14th Circuit, through their solicitors, because, you know, the GPS, all the tracking, all the data would show exactly when everyone's phone stopped. They'd show exactly how Maggie's phone magically moved after it was locked for the last time and ended up on the side of the road. Same road that you went down to go to Alameda to go visit your mom. That's a thing. Also, you tried to delete your phone records. You were deleting your call logs. When you finally had to hand your phone over to SLED, there was a lot of shit missing off of it. So you were trying to cover your tracks. Like you calling your brother right after you got off the phone with 911, talked to him for 56 seconds, deleted the call log, and texted him a few seconds later saying, "Please call. It's urgent. Emergency." Yeah, bitch.
Maggie's phone was located,
That shit pisses me off so bad.
on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge,
Hi, Milk.
Maggie's have these location services on her phone. She uses them frequently.
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like she follow you and see where you were. She used it all the time.
Her phone records indicate that is a lie. She liked to talk to her sister. She liked to talk to her family. She liked to check out Facebook. But the very last location service that pinged on a tower, like an actual cell phone tower, was hours before the murders happened. The only reason that we are aware of exactly where her phone was the night of the murders is because she had connected to the Bluetooth in her car, which disconnected when she got to Moselle. Her phone tracked how many steps it was taking after it locked for the last time, and it somehow traveled the 58 steps, was held up for the last time at 9:06 p.m., right before you left the property at 9:07 and passed by where her phone was found at 9:08. Don't try and bullshit. She didn't use that shit like that.
And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alan, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On
By
June the
SLED?
7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, you know, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did,
That didn't even make sense. His state of mind. What? Are you trying to prove that he was heartbroken over the death of the murder, sorry, of his wife and his son?
why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that it was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would.
Oh, trust and believe. So do I, Beck. I wasn't around on Thursday and Friday, so like catching up on this, but I think that my theory on motive and who's involved, why they're involved, and everything, just like, it's beautiful. But probably sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And
Yes. And the reason is, you see, companies, when you subpoena a company, depending on who subpoenas them, they don't have to do shit. So while you were a person of interest, if you offered up for a lawyer to subpoena them, they don't have to hand that information over. That's just a lawyer requesting it. They're going to wait on a court order. But you're on trial for murder. So it's a lot different when you're on trial for murder, and that's evidence. You should know this. You're a lawyer. You were a lawyer.
to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. You know, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th,
Yes, sir.
like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well.
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. But, I mean.
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
Where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably a few minutes away.
And who stayed there did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I.
Hey, Reaper.
I know
Hope you're doing well too.
Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
This is going to sound like really nitpicky, but it sounds really weird when you're this old calling your dad, who's super old, daddy. I don't know if it's for sympathy points or what. Just, it sounds weird. Oh, you're fine, Reaper. Everyone's got stuff to do and things going on. Oh, yeah. Quick shout out to Replay Gang people. Love you to pieces. And the new people that have been watching and leaving comments. Y'all are excellent. I appreciate you deeply.
And that, how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Oh, I hope your date went well.
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, I mean, that's when.
Please notice that when he is talking about his dad and his dad's funeral and his dad's passing, those are real tears. You can see them falling. He has tears. He couldn't even muster up crocodile tears and just pretended to wipe his face and sniffled a lot in terms of his wife and his son. It's kind of fucked up.
That's when we put Papa and Max. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday. So I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
Quit wiping your face like that. Bro, you're an adult. You're not a toddler. Now, don't get me wrong. I know sometimes you get really drunk and really mad whenever, Morgan and Paul and you and Maggie were out together, and Maggie would have to drop you off at your mom and dad's house because you were just too mad and they couldn't be around you. Let you go sleep it off at mommy and daddy's house. Okay, maybe you are a toddler.
So the day after your dad's funeral,
All right, Monday, I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville,
at some point, Monday.
in the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that
Yeah, well,
morning?
where did you stay?
We
Monday
stayed
night?
we stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
So, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and,
That's right.
and Liz.
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer in Somerville. Yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay.
Well, I'm really glad that you went to go stay with Maggie's parents. You talked to Maggie's mother earlier in the day on the 7th. And instead of calling them, when you told the officers after they confirmed they were dead, because you asked, are they confirmed dead? Instead of calling her mother like you said you needed to do, you called your brothers and you tried to call Rogan, who was probably the only person that knew how to access Paul's phone. You are decidedly a giant sack of shit. But I digress.
And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so
Yeah, I think the whole him chewing on his tongue all the time like really affects his pronunciation.
Baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did.
Dude. My bingo game notified me. Sorry, guys. Anyway, I hate with a great passion the defense's line of questioning. I really do. I hate it. I despise it. What does it matter what he did in the couple weeks following everything. I mean, besides, like his dad dying, like that's huge. And everyone getting buried, that's huge. But if you're still trying to paint him as a family man, as someone that's surrounded by all of this love and this greatness, why? I mean, I get it, you're defense lawyers, but still.
Well, I mean, we stayed, this lake, Kiwi that y'all heard about is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiwi, but we went up there because, when she had the baby, I want baby might have gotten born after we got her like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see the baby. So, we went was to Lake, but they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday.
Oh my God. Did y'all see that big ass shoe? What the fuck was that? Back here? Yeah. Hold on, wait. Let me slow it down. That was huge. What the fuck was that? Dig in your pockets. Dig, dig, dig.
On the morning of June 16th,
Bro, are you good? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Anyway.
I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did
If
you
he
ever
was,
get
it's
out?
not into a decent person there, user two.
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
I don't believe so.
Did you go to
Might be a
Alameda at
reptile.
6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville.
Did,
I didn't go to Alameda at any point.
I don't know what the fuck
early
that
in the
was.
morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those.
It was disturbing.
I know they did.
I'm gonna have to
some-
clip
I
that
know
out.
Some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? Tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you did. They found it in the house at Almeida. Oh, me, user two. Because I said that, Murdaugh might be a reptile.
There's been I don't know where it is in any of the boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever
I have
seen
to get
that?
Lizard back for the
Never
knob
seen it
stuff
before,
earlier.
Never touched it. Don't know anything about it.
Did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house down there?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't anytime around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and want to play
Dave's asshole cookings. Gosh, get it right.
Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. You can put that clip up, and I want you to listen to this.
Okay.
Oh, let me slow this back down to normal, because I would like to hear what they're talking about.
Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably. Okay. 10 o'clock maybe at the latest. Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
At some point in time, you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th. Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
That's weird because, when she testified, you hadn't told her anything about like SLED coming to talk to her. Didn't make it a conversation. You told her I was here for 40 minutes. You told her how long you were there for. Knowing that because you weren't being charged yet, because SLED, because the AG, because all of these people had not gotten your GPS shit yet, they wouldn't be able to prove by your vehicle when you got there. You told her what you wanted it to be based off of the bullshit that you had already told to 911 dispatcher, to the first officer that got there, and to the officer that you spoke to inside of the vehicle on June 8th. By the way, your time frame, each time that you talked to them, those 3 times, they changed. It went from being 8:10, 8:30, 7:45. I was gone for like an hour and a half, and I hadn't seen them since 45 minutes before that. That would have put you leaving at 7:45. Piece of shit.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media,
I do think that the state is going to have to recall some witnesses. But we'll just have to see how that plays out. Yes, at the kennels at 8:44. His GPS and the video from Paul's phone, which ended at about 8:45:57-ish. Oh, and the video stopped recording and was on his phone 3 minutes before it locked for the very last time. The SLED record that they put out with everyone's information, all of the GPS, all of the stuff from the FBI, all of the stuff that has been involved with all of the locations, all of the movements of the phone, even the condensed version of that, paints this absolutely horrid picture of a guy that not only allegedly killed his wife and his son, but had the audacity to try and delete his phone records, to try and cover up every single little bit that he could, because he did not think that he was going to have to stand trial. I really want someone to ask him why he got off the phone. I know I keep bringing this up, but why did you, Alex Murdaugh, get off the phone with 911 at 8:17 p.m., call your brother at 56. No, it was 46, yeah. Talk to him for 56 seconds, because it was almost a full minute that you talked to him. Okay. 10:17:46, you talked to him for 56 seconds. You deleted that call from your phone and texted him at 10:18:56. Call me, please. Urgent. Why did you do that, Alex? Why was Paul's phone lighting up and you trying to call his best friend and talking to your other brother, the lawyer, while waiting on the officer to show up? But you didn't call Buster, didn't call your son, you didn't call Maggie's family. The officer didn't get there until 10:25. And you didn't call Buster until 10:44, after you'd already looked up a restaurant and checked your group texts. Just saying.
I mean, it went deeper than that, but I mean, there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was.
I think I kind of just explained how you did that. That's the thing that I actually went over it pretty in depth at the start of the stream. The timeline. All the strategic calls that were made while you were on the way to Alameda. The strategic texts that were sent. The strategic motions done with Maggie Murdaugh's phone. Alex, you dumb.
Was said repeatedly. It was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in Baltimore. Do you remember?
Absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that.
You were a lawyer. You know how this works. When they are doing an investigation into something that you said might have been caused by, the boat incident and all the threats against Paul and all this, that, and the other, they're not going to put out all of the details or give you all of the details. They will give you what they are allowed to give you so that they do not compromise the investigation. And the fact that you want them to meet up with you and you're requesting they do that when you haven't even been like publicly announced as being a suspect. That's suspicious as shit, my dude. You just want answers as to whether or not they know how fucked you are.
I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said?
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And the
Is it possibly because you kept bugging him about shit? You kept trying to hide shit? Had lawsuits, indictments, and all this other stuff starting to like catch up to you? And the fact that you lied about your story so many times, like, you couldn't be all that right.
and during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in,
And do you remember what kind of pants
it was khaki pants.
and what kind of shirt?
It's a button down, short sleeve button down. I call it a dress shirt, but a short sleeve button down dress shirt.
Like shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored
And it was, what color was it?
blue with some blue stripes.
Which, coincidentally, is not the same shirt that you were wearing when you went to work. You were wearing a green polo when you went to work.
Were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting was led with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? It's specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether I mean, they ask you for those clothes. Can you produce the clothes? Do they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir,
Is that objection, Your Honor?
basis for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin,
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
what is?
The issues with the shirt and blood test
It's a matter of public record.
filed in this case. Yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue.
So, you had a meeting with SLED on August 11th, 2021. They brought up an issue with the clothing that you were wearing in a Snapchat video that weren't the clothes that you were wearing when the officers showed up after the murder of your wife and your son. And you think that it has to do with the blood splatter, sorry. Look, I will agree that the whole blood splatter thing has been a matter of public record. It has been something that's been openly talked about, openly filed throughout all parts of this. But, that wasn't really the issue back in August of 2021. The issue was that you were seen in this Snapchat video that was documented by Snapchat as having a thumbnail created on your son's phone at 7:46 p.m. and being sent from his phone to other people at 7:56 p.m. And then you showed up to see your mom just a couple hours later in a completely different outfit. The same outfit you were wearing when the cop showed up. And no one knows why you changed. Because you were saying that you had left the house to go see your mom at like 7:45. Remember? Or that was the last time you talked to Alex or Paul and Maggie. It was 7:45, and you left at like 8. So, I mean, kind of this to yourself.
And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Yes. In the weeks leading up to this trial, there was issue with the whole blood splatter thing. But they questioned you about your clothing on August 11th, 2021. Oh, hey, there's actually no blood on these clothes. that he was wearing when he supposedly checked the people in the pools of blood for a pulse. Oh, spatter is the correct word? Thanks, Jay Gamer. Look, I am not a lawyer. I am not. But also apparently not a blood spatter expert either. But yeah, no, it's been an issue since August 2021. In fact, like, charges weren't filed against you for murder until 2022. After you'd already been indicted on hundreds of financial charges. Clothes were just a stepping off point. And that was your fuck up.
No. Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
All right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
Never spend another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Couldn't. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about the days and weeks, a week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be so the first week up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with, I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichessy's, like where we went to the river, and I had closed there. I had closed in Somerville. And I still had closed at Moselle.
So you're closed. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, this, were your clothes spread out? A lot of different places.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Don't worry, I'm going to skip over lunch. This is fucking ridiculous. The dents is the worst.
Recess, let's see, it's 1:25.
But the prosecution is genius. Just letting them do this for the most part.
– 2021 in your meeting with Jean Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting Ms. Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Jeannie came up to me and asked me previously, Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job, and asked me some questions,
Well, let me ask you
which I understood.
briefly, the Ferris fee, what originally happened to it? The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally,
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
yes,
Should have come to you directly.
no.
Did, when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what'd you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point, Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, what is this all about?
Pardon?
I said objection rules 801 and 802, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection. Were you concerned about Chris Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm?
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole.
You also made it a point to make sure that he was one of the people that you called on the way to Alameda. You made it a point to delete some of those calls and text him and be like, hey, call me if you're up. Actually, you texted him to call you if he's up while you were driving back from Alameda and going 80 miles per hour. Yeah, y'all were real close.
The whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce, and the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with it. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm, at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's Ms.
Allegedly, you felt some urgency as to the situation, though. Because your lawsuits were happening. And the judge had ordered that if your lawyer could get all of your financial records from you, then they wouldn't have to schedule a hearing. And they were going to meet up on June 10th. And then people at your law firm on June 7th confronted you about missing money. Maggie was worried about a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. I think there was some urgency there, bud.
Second, you testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it's John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatment. It's in those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario. And that's what it ended up being ultimately. And that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, where the information you had, you believe at that time that the prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than it was.
Well, just always remember, Reaper, it is absolutely okay if you fall asleep. I just hope you don't have murder trial dreams, because that'd be weird. But yeah, sleep is good. Take care of yourself.
It was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. that the condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And what Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, learned that he's terminal. That terminal.
Lizard, you're at work. Can't go to sleep. You're at work.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so yeah. User 2, the prosecution has been given permission to use all of Alex's financial crimes that he is currently awaiting trial for as part of, motive, a pattern of behavior, all of this other stuff. So falls under South Carolina Rules of Evidence Rule 404B. They were given permission. So the defense, knowing that they're allowed to use that, knowing that Alex willingly got on the stand, they're going to try and paint it in the best light they can. It's not a good light. It's over 100 fucking charges.
Had you had, and I think there's document.
But they're going to try and make it not be motive.
Minute evidence, state introduced. Had you reached out to Russell Lafayette at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on.
Oh, J Gamer, did you see part 1 from last night? That shit was wild. He got so far off topic when answering a question that I forgot what the fucking question was. And I'm sure that the jury did too. He rambled on and on and on. It was ridiculous. Yes, they are essentially painting with watercolors. At this point, there is way too much circumstantial evidence. There is too much probable cause. There's too much motive. There are too many patterns to his behavior that, they're floundering really bad.
June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And Moselle was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
It became fully in Maggie's name In December 2016, for $5 and love and affection, it was worth $3.9 million, the most expensive property in her estate, and one of the only ones that was actually only in her name. And that was about, a good few years into him stealing money from his clients. Yeah.
But yes, there was equity in Moselle. In looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000 owed. There was an appraisal for 3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just said $1,000 an acre, that'd be another million something dollars in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example. But if it was 500, it'd be another $800,000. So, there was several $1 million in equity in that Moselle property.
Right, and did you have equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time. I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so 700 and something thousand.
I know it feels like a filibuster user too, but I'm actually super interested in where the defense is trying to go with this. Because you see, before this trial started, Alex was pretty much trying to figure out ways to not have Moselle touched. So basically, in the state of South Carolina, there is this law. It's the Slayer statute. If you murder someone and you are in their will and you are convicted of their murder, the state treats you as though you died before they did. You don't get to touch it. You don't get to do anything with it. There's also paperwork that you can file. Because see, when Maggie Murdaugh died and it came time to do stuff for her estate, Alex said no. Maggie's sister Marion was listed on the will, which was originally written in August of 2005. And then 10 days after it was written, her sister's name was crossed out, and in Maggie's handwriting, her father-in-law's name was written in it and signed off on. And in that will, it stated that, because at the time, Buster and Paul were little. They were little. So as long as Alex was still alive, he became the person that got everything. 2016, signs the house over to her, sells it, whatever. Then all of his financial crimes start. Maggie dies, is murdered. Alex, at the time, not being, charged with her murder, says he doesn't want anything to do with the estate. He doesn't want to be in charge of it. Marion fills out all of the paperwork, does the affidavit saying, I'm not in charge of this. I was not paid to, give up my rights to this. I didn't even know I was on there. She really didn't. And then John Marvin took over. Buster and Alex signed off on John Marvin, his brother, being in charge of the estate. And when it came time to start doing everything they need to do, start paying off creditors, stuff like that, he fills out a legal document that says that he wants the state to treat him as though he died before her. If that piece of paperwork had gone through the way it was, Buster would be the heir of everything. Buster would get everything. Just Buster. And Buster had already gotten in some trouble for like selling off some of Alex's property or trying to and like taking trips to Vegas and stuff. It's all in the Google Drive, yeah. But the state decided to put 2 people in charge of all of his assets, and those people filed a creditor claim against Moselle in the amount of $3.9 million. The amount that it had been listed for, the amount that Moselle was supposed to sell for, because John Marvin was trying to sell it. Not only did they do that, but Mark Tinsley, the person that was in charge of the lawsuits for the people in the boat crash, had refiled all of those lawsuits, naming Maggie Murdaugh's estate and Paul's estate and Buster and Alex. So they also put a creditor claim. John tried to fight that. They just filed official like lawsuits to get their money. So they all had to sit down. They had to work it out. Moselle's allowed to sell. John Marvin has been officially dismissed with prejudice from the estate of Maggie Murdaugh. Buster and the estate of Maggie Murdaugh have been dropped from all of the lawsuits with prejudice. Buster will get some money from the sale of Moselle. It's like $500,000. But everything else goes to the Mallory Beach wrongful death lawsuit. Morgan Dowdy, Paul's ex-girlfriend. Oh, it's beautiful. It's delicious. So I want to know what type of story they're trying to paint with the properties. I want to know what they're trying to do with that. Because I don't know if the jury knows what happened with that. I don't know if they've included that. Delicious.
$1,000.
I know I just ranted a bit, but like,
Did Maggie's death make it more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder around June 7th, 8th?
Maggie's, yes,
How so?
because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name. The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name. So I was only a half owner. So with Maggie, all I had to do is get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances. So, I mean, she signed the paper.
she did question finances. And she was actually really, really worried before she died, or was murdered, sorry, because you had a multi-million-dollar lawsuit filed against you for stealing your client's money. She had every right to be worried. Like, she was married to you. The estate was in, Moselle was in her name. She wasn't dead. So, they could still touch it. She was alive, married to you.
When Maggie wasn't here, there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
On, was there hearing scheduled.
Wait, you couldn't? Or you just didn't? Because probate paperwork in Colleton County, in Hampton County, in Beaufort, they are all a matter of public record. You can go to the Colleton County probate website right now, type in Margaret Murdaugh, and you can find every single little bit of paperwork that has ever been filed in regards to her estate. You can find her redacted death certificate. You can find the paperwork where both Alex and Buster signed over whatever representation they could have had for the estate to John Marvin. You could have. You strategically chose not to, but it just kind of like blew up.
And the voting lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week.
Yes.
Do you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I mean, I've heard the testimony and I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June the 10th.
What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
My level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which
Now, what do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is, venue is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so
Venue is also where criminal cases can be pending. Yeah. Venue is just, where the court will be held. Just saying.
there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And
Parker's, like the dude that owns Parker's, Gregory Parker, he is trying everything. He has tried to go ahead and get them to just drop it. He has filed motions to quash. He has tried to get them to drop him from the lawsuit to enact maritime law. Maritime law. Paul didn't buy the alcohol in the ocean. He bought it at your store using Buster's ID. And you guys just let him. They're not going to enact maritime law for that.
I wanted the case to stay in.
Oh, and all that's also in the draft.
And really, that was my only thought about. I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So,
Yes, and every single fucking one of them is listed in all those goddamn documents. Like, Jesus. There's also plenty of times where one or more of them would file for pardon from having to be in court because of various reasons. Like, there's a million of those fucking documents. Oh my God.
I wasn't actually doing that work, but what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I had already done what I had to do for the financial motion. And Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because.
Let's stop. So there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you. Was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your financial house was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No, I've been a plaintiff's lawyer, like Mr. Tinsley sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of
Former law firm. Former law firm. PMPED is now just Parkers. Because they dropped all of y'all that were like fucking around. Oh, and like, I have all the paperwork from where you were disbarred. Because you stole $4.3 million from Gloria Satterfield's kids. Like, former lawyer.
the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state.
Yeah, and some of those people and your buddies at the bank were also indicted. Some were brought on federal charges. And a federal investigation was opened up about you in regards to your financial crimes. Are they really the best people?
In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a fake at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of, I personally have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Then I guess you're just not a good lawyer. You mustn't be, because actually, here, hold on. Wait for it. Let's see, that would be under Renee Beach. And that would be See, there's a change. Motion. Morgan Dowdy stuff. Yeah, this drive is really big, you guys. Let's see. We have an order. It counts as an order too, by the way, because it is an electronic legal filing. It's an order. It's a court order. That's just the way it works. Also, how are you guys tonight? Everyone doing good? Everyone doing all right? That's not the one. Oh, yeah. Description. Resources for LGBTQIA plus individuals, reproductive health resources, domestic violence resources. All of the resources you need. There's a link. Overall, I'm doing pretty great. Again, it's just one of those things. I've been having difficulty sleeping, which is why I'm here. Go figure. Let's see. There is our motion to change venue denied. Motion to amend. Oh my God, where are you? I'll find it at some point. It's in here. I have too many things. Let's see. Motion to quash. Motion to relieve. So many motions. Why can't I find you? I found you last time. You bitch. Goddamn. Oh my God. I'll find it later. Jesus. Hi. Yeah, I was looking for a legal document. I was literally talking about how I was looking for a legal document. One that he was talking about, actually. It's in the Google Drive. I was just going to show it to you if I could find it. That's all.
Where a document coming hearing?
Yes,
And what was that?
a financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the 7th to get your current balance of your retirement account?
You know, I don't remember doing that, but that certainly be something that I did. And because I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement. And the document that I prepared was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office. And it was it was handwritten, ready to be typed up by, you know.
I do have too many
Because of the
files.
charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office. It was doing it. And I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, or paralegal other than mine, was going to be the person who was going to put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. Okay. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
Now, the jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
I did.
How did you get in such a financial predicament that led you to steal money that wasn't yours?
No, I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on pills. I got in a spot I couldn't.
Now, what type of addiction are you referring to?
My addiction is to opiate painkillers.
And when
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
Oxycodone or opiates in general?
Opiates in general.
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the
I mean, I can understand wanting to. They ask the questions about, the murders and stuff, but the prosecution allowing this to go on and allowing him to ramble his way through all of this shit will just give them more fuel. It'll give them the things that they need so that they can call him out on his shit and establish motive and a pattern of behavior.
Medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4. And I think it was around 4. So I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for a long time. I'd force myself off of it, wean myself off of it. I'd go back to it. I battled that for a long time. And after a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2008, 9, something like that. And of course, it just escalates.
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
Well, let's start with going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
When was the first time?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could. Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you went in to was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to?
In December 2017.
Yes, it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta.
And
facility. That's correct.
The first time you went to the detox in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there
Oh, hey, Bridget.
detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency. All right. And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So in other words, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible diarrhea, you sweat like.
Yes, user 2, you are absolutely right. They're okay. So detoxing is different for everyone, but your insurance kind of decides like how long you get to be at a detox facility. And more often than not, insurances aren't very good about actually supporting detox facilities. So you end up in a rehab that doesn't know how to detox, and then you get stuck in a cycle, and it's a whole thing.
Like you're running a marathon. You can't hold your legs still. You can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some, but you sweat, you throw up. You just have, there's so many issues, but after 7 days, those are supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You're supposedly off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December 2017, how long did it take you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all. You're still going through, this physical dependency is gone. You still have, you're still so sick. You just.
Is that something you've been battling for quite some time?
Is that why you can't cry about your wife and your son?
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
I want to ask you questions about Labor Day weekend 2021.
Okay.
You remember being confronted by your law firm?
Sure I do.
And what were you confronted about?
Stealing money.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, to one of my law partners and my brother and my law partners, so Danny and Randy. Yeah,
Did
admit it.
and they learned about a fake forge account? Did you admit to the fake forge account?
Yes, I did.
If y'all would like to see checks that were written to the fake forge account, they are in the Google Drive. They're under the state trial.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told him about my addiction. Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge, I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate?
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I will tell you that my addiction was extremely, extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
On some level, yes, sir. I was successful.
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend 2021, did you resign or were you forced to resign from the law firm?
Absolutely.
And then on Saturday, September the 4th, do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th. Yes, sir. I remember.
And What happened?
Start when I woke up.
Well, let's start after you met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction and your misconduct?
I definitely laid out my, I gave him some details about monies that I'd taken. We didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him of things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements to go there on Monday.
And
I know we had some for me to go there on Monday, and sure,
information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
I was going to use detox.
Just so everyone is aware of the things that the defense is not talking about. On August 27th, 2021, Alex Murdaugh, Buster Murdaugh, both signed over any responsibility for Paul's estate to his brother, Randolph. So, they signed that over. The 3rd, he resigns from the law firm. The 4th, he hires his cousin Curtis to shoot him in the head. That is a thing that he did. There are indictments for it. They're in the drive. He goes to the hospital. We have those records too in the drive. So, on the 6th, he announces, hey, I'm going to rehab. My issue has it's too much. I'm out of the hospital now, so I'm going straight to rehab. I'm going to Florida. And then he was indicted on several charges a few days later. Literally had to come back to Hampton, South Carolina to be able to be like, yeah, so I'm going to go back to rehab and then I'll come back. And that's exactly what he did. Like, it all happened in such a quick succession. Succession? He knew what was coming. What he did not expect, though, was the fact that everything was going to crumble even worse. Oh, so his cousin Curtis was not his drug dealer. They were allegedly both drug dealers together. They are both facing charges for trafficking, oxy, manufacturing, and, pushing meth, forgery, things like that. They were officially indicted in June 2022 on those charges. And actually, I do believe that indictment came, June 23rd, 2022, indictment for conspiracy, money laundering, forgery, manufacturing and distribution of oxycodone, trafficking methamphetamine, possession with intent to distribute marijuana, and then July 14th, 2022, Murdaugh was indicted on murder charges. And then he was literally indicted on more charges. Let's see. All the time. Like he had 4 different indictments with multiple charges come his way on August 16th, 2022. Including one from his law firm with his name on it. This case has been wild. Really wild.
And what was your immediate plans after, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson? Did you have plans to do anything, have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
And did you?
And a good friend.
Did you go meet with Corey Fleming?
No.
What'd you do instead?
I'd given when I gave my pills to my brother, Randy and Danny, I think I'd give it to Randy, but I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't gonna be taking any more. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I could tell, I wasn't taking anything near like what I had been taking. So I knew it was coming. And I called someone to bring me more pills. And before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet this? Did the person you called bring you more pills?
I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris and after, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore. And instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy ploy, or did you want
As a sympathy
die?
ploy?
Yes, sir. Why did you
No.
ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith,
And did he in fact shoot you?
he did.
And where was that located? Not gunshot, but where were you shot? In Hampton or Colleton County? Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's right on the border of Salkehatchie Road. It runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And why did you want to be gone?
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son. I'd been through so much. At the time, in the bad place that I was, it seemed like a better thing to do. I don't think that way now, thankfully, but
Right.
I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
And who was the beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
How much life insurance did you have?
$12 million. I had a $4 million policy and a $12 million and an $8 million policy, a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No, never,
You ever have any life insurance on Paul?
no.
Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Yes. This does feel like a plea for sympathy. Okay, so the entire assisted suicide murder for hire thing was not even going to be a topic of discussion in this trial. It was not going to be used at all. And then the defense fucked up and asked about it and opened the door. So the prosecution, well, motive. All of the stuff that he had been doing with Curtis before the murder for hire thing counts as motive. They fucked up. They fucked themselves. So getting him on the stand to like try and make it okay is pretty much all they have left when it comes to that. He's still awaiting trial for it. Both of them are.
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And I mean, she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or bad. I mean, she wanted to find out for herself. She wanted to do it, see it, experience it on her own, and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me. I mean, she made sure we didn't want for anything ever. Fun, playful. I mean, she had a laugh that, you didn't even have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. She had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but I mean, when she just do it, it just melts you. She was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had two boys, and I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding four-wheelers and hunting and fishing. And I mean, she changed everything. She became a boy's mom. I mean, her life became ball and riding four-wheelers.
I know it seems bizarre, but this is a very calculated move. Because how could a man that just loves his wife so much and appreciates everything about her femininity and the things that she's willing to change. How, he could never murder her, right? It is the perfect way to play up sympathy to the jury. Like, kudos. Yes, when a cis female gives birth, yeah, that tends to be the thing, you know. You have a kid, you're a parent.
And I mean, doing those things now, don't get me wrong, she was still 100% girl. And you heard Marion say, I mean, she loved to do those things with her
Also,
nieces,
when
but, I mean, she
trans men
threw
give birth,
herself
they
into
become a
her
parental
boy's
figure too.
life. I mean, you know, she never took not working for granted. I mean, she might not have worked, but I promise you, she worked. And she worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. You know, she wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. Her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. I mean, she was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw, Maggie got
His
in
name
trouble,
is Paul.
and Paw got in trouble. And this pregnancy didn't suit her, so we decided that, you know, we would just have the two boys. And, you know, I just think how hard it was on her, just made her love those boys so much more. And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, you know, she could go to a food bank in Hampton or Walterboro and fit in. Everybody at both places would say when she left, and that Maggie.
What do you mean by fit in at both places? I mean, yeah, she's married to you. Also, her name is Margaret Kennedy Bronstetter Murdaugh. Like, she's also old Southern money. So, of course, like, y'all are going to go to the governor's mansion and shit. But what do you mean by fitting in at the food bank? What does that mean? Like, as a volunteer? Everyone fits in as a volunteer. As a donor? That would have been pretty legit. That just doesn't make sense. It also feels like another weird sympathy grab.
She's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
And Paw, I mean, Papa was just the brightest. He was bright. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there, his nose in there to see what you were doing. He was a man's man. He was 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use
Yeah,
any
this guy
tool.
again.
Um,
And no, Paul was called Paw Paw
he
or
could
Paul
do
Terry.
anything. At 22 years old, he could
Randolph
do so many things. I mean, he took care
is called Buster.
of so many, and he was so tough.
I'm sorry, Rudolph. Is it Rudolph? Ah, he's Buster.
On the other hand,
A man's man is pretty much like conservative for doing all of the things that men are expected to do in society. But I don't think that he was supposed to slap Mallory Beach in the face and punch her before he allegedly crashed the boat that killed her. I don't think that's what manly men do.
he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home, or he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. To be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset.
And he'd use Buster's ID to go buy alcohol. What?
I mean, 22-year-old people, you know, do stuff like that. I mean, he was such a special boy. He cared about people. He was fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, never an accurate story told about what he was. And I would challenge you right now. I would challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, who really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative.
Morgan Dowdy. Morgan fucking Dowdy. His ex-girlfriend. One of the people that was on the boat. One of the people that you tried to tell to keep quiet about everything having to do with the boat crash and everything leading up to it. Morgan Dowdy, who was there and witnessed and has video proof that was submitted into court of Paul's drinking problem that you helped encourage. The same drinking problem that led Maggie to drop you off at your parents' house while you were wasted because you were just mean, mad, upset. Morgan was in the car for that. Morgan had proof of that. What? She knew him. She knew him really well.
About him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you. And he would be glad to help you. Um, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, Paul might not have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing a lot. But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paul would have found what thing was that he was going to do.
Who cares if he's ADHD? Who gives a shit? There's a lot of people that aren't ADHD that just jump around from thing to thing because new hobbies are great. Learning a new skill is great. Having multiple skills under your belt is an excellent tool to have. What?
And whatever that ended up being, one best that but excuse me. Excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends, and he had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but some cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and Paw, we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, learned, Paw would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you.
That's a sack of shit. What? Oh my God.
I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way? Be present, appreciate things around you. At 22 years old, he's the most.
Yes, it really, really affected him when Mallory died, mostly because he was facing charges. He had been indicted on charges in regards to that and was murdered before he was able to stand trial. Because you and your dad showed up at the hospital and immediately said, he's not talking. We're his lawyers. And told everyone else not to talk. Oh, and you also told them to tell other people that your son was not driving the boat. And you're trying to sneak into everyone's rooms. It's in the SCDNR report. It's in the drive. Under boat incident / shooting.
Special boy.
Do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
Did you kill Maggie?
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul.
So he opened up, the defense opened up with, did you take this gun and shoot Paul in the head and in the chest? And he pulled out a second gun. Said, did you shoot Maggie in the head with this? Now we get the nice sympathetic question. Would you hurt them? Did you hurt them? Like, good strategy on the defense, but the prosecution has way too much.
Ever, under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the state may have.
Sir. Thank you.
Gentlemen, we'll take a we'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
So, user 2, he switches really, really easily. It's a very, very fast change. Here, I will drop the link because I have the link available to the body camera footage from the day that the murders happened. From
Discuss your testimony during the recess. 10 minutes.
From when, everyone showed up. Let's see. Now, I do believe that it is 5 minutes, 20 seconds in. I can actually verify that. Hang on. I have a timeline. So, this is the body camera footage. The first officer who that footage is from showed up at 10:25, and it was 10:34:30 approximately when Alex sees another officer walk by and switches from blubbering mess, he wasn't sobbing, to his lawyer voice and, hey, how's it going? So, 9 minutes, give or take, roughly. He's very good at switching.
You may bring the jury.
I appreciate the absolute fuck out of this judge so much. In fact, so we're watching Thursday's testimony. Friday, after court, Colleton County put out another arrest warrant for Murdaugh for accepting contraband. Allegedly, his sister gave him a book during trial. You can't do that. I don't know if she'll be facing charges, but he does have a warrant. Yeah, that switch was incredibly fast. It's really jarring.
Thank Thank you. Cross-examination.
Please, court. Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
All right, sir.
You agree that the most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
All right. And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
and that you were stealing from your law firm,
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
and that had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I have,
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
Okay, so before we continue, the change in his demeanor, the change in his speech pattern, the change in how patient he is really, really apparent. He does not hide that shit. He was not prepared at all. They did not prepare him for any of this. And he also has really selective memory.
All right, I'm sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
All right. Let's,
Hey, young man.
let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Talk about anything you want to.
Good. Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr.
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he
My
solicitor?
granddad. Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was
Okay.
the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes, you know. I
So
loved
he was
him
the chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that. Is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with him about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine, fine, fine man.
Yes, he
And an
was.
excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And not only just a central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006,
1920,
1920.
2006, 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law
The
firm.
law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
That's correct.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Mawson Coon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in
Answer my question if you
1994.
would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Mawson Coon. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so. Yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Heard your former law partners say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of People Who Do Trial Plaintiffs Work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
That's part of it, right?
yes, sir. That's part of it.
It's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? What just generally what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that, I handled some very big cases. I had a lot of cases where, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right, so the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiffs' work, all plaintiffs' work, correct, for your big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was an automobile. No, no, sir. Not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them.
Sure.
And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
Telemetry data, like you presented in this courtroom this week?
Yeah. You never did that?
I've never had a case specifically where the type data that y'all have presented in this case that I've used, but I've had data from automobiles. I've had
From their, essentially their computers.
OnStar
correct?
data. I've had data from the black box, but specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But OnStar and black box data, correct?
More so the black box event recorder. I mean, many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
And when did you start with the law firm?
September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time, it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did. Yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as
I
prominent.
asked you if you thought if people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the
this.
time, did I think people viewed me
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like a big shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir, I
People
definitely
view
don't think
your
that.
family is prominent in this community.
Prominent,
Yeah.
as in,
It's not a hard question.
well, I'm just not sure, I think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought
Very
of?
prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a long association with law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
Professional
prosecutor,
associations with law enforcement.
as a prosecutor, or as a civil
Let's talk-
attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that. But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton.
All right.
So that would have been September, sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Did you get a badge when you became an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father,
Mr. Randolph?
yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir, at times I did.
And
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
2021, I'm sorry, until 2021, from 1998, 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury, I believe there were 5 trials,
5 trials?
is the best that I can remember. And
You
that-
had-
all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time, is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time, yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of, at some point in time, you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I
Yeah.
believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still a part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
But putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court,
Yes, sir.
giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them. Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
I'm sure that at some point over between 1998 and 2021, that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that. And I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. And fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah. That you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you
Yeah.
agree with that?
That's part of what you do.
And same thing in a civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree on
question.
that.
We would agree on that.
I think so.
Okay, I hate to interrupt him, but the prosecutor is a fucking genius. He is backhandedly getting Murdaugh to pretty much say, yeah, all the stuff that you guys have filed, all of the pieces of evidence that you have filed, all of the things that you have submitted to be able to use in court, I agree, should be submitted. Because they have fought tooth and nail on so many little things. It's the smallest of shit. Oh, I mean, they wanted to call a mistrial because they happened to ask a second question while waiting for whether or not the objection would be sustained. Like, what? What? Who does that? Who does that? Assholes. Moving along.
I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer,
Yes,
as
sir.
you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
that's part of
And
what
that
you
is
do.
an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare for in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction because in civil court, you have the deadlines. And so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial or, you know, for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the third or fourth week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it. But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right, you don't think they're generally consistent with one another. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent? I mean, you talked about it to this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point. Don't you agree?
Mr. Waters, I'm just trying to answer your question.
All right.
And so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
In what direction it's going. So I think that they're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
I don't contradict each other.
All right, thank you. All right. You were the breadwinner for your family, correct? For your immediate family.
Yes.
And that included obviously for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the
The
breadwinner.
primary breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of. I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older, I mean, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
That's what the primary breadwinner is. Don't worry, you guys.
Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So,
So you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that.
yes,
correct?
sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State 570 and see if you recognize this particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the badge, the bag.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then I'm gonna show you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
All right, what is that?
Which one?
570. What is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right, and then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this
Hey,
time
Ms.
I don't
Parker.
state 571 and 570 in the evidence.
Yeah, I admit it.
All right. Where did you keep 570? The one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
You know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Yeah, the element, please. Now the screen, please. And 571, where did you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all of it. It could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Usually in the front seat, but in my car is where I tried to keep it.
And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
There was no rhyme or reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason, other than that's where I put it. Just like I put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
You said there were particular reasons why you might put it in the dash. What would those reasons be?
Man, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
Why would you do that? Why would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
when you're law enforcement? So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir. I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you as a assistant solicitor for 2 decades roughly?
From
And
around
sometimes-
98. So
is that
yes, sir, for
correct?
2 decades.
And you would ride with it, sometimes sitting in the front dash facing out, correct?
That's correct.
And you would put it in the cup holder so that law enforcement would see you if you got pulled over, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you didn't consider yourself law enforcement?
I personally didn't consider myself to be law enforcement. No, sir.
All right, so you were just using having this badge to your advantage and taking license with it, is that correct?
I guess in some circumstances that is accurate.
See if you could use it to get away with something, correct? Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over. I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
I can't believe that he took the stand either. I really can't. He took the stand at probably the worst possible time. They can ask him about his financial crimes. They can ask him about being shot in the head. They can ask him about the lawsuits. They can ask him about the GPS data not matching up to his stories. And a lot of that was actually the defense's fault. Like, they fucked up and they asked about it first. He shouldn't have done this.
Did you have to take an oath when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't. I certainly don't recall taking one, like going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your hand and saying, I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity. You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became a volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
All right, well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571. And on the inside of it, what are those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right, and at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just gonna see what's on the back.
Okay.
All right.
Yes. Except he pretty much had no choice but to admit on the stand that he lied to law enforcement. Because they did get the data from GM. They do have all of the phone extractions. They were able to get all of the call logs that he deleted. Because he's dumb. Yeah. He's still lying about other things, though. But I think that's more so to try and discount the state's witnesses, despite the fact that the state's witnesses actually line up with the condensed report of all of the everything.
All right, and it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to look at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Up there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has,
Your name.
right?
Mhm.
And it has all that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the, okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdaugh was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Okay, awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir.
So they aren't seeking the death penalty. They are seeking life. But I don't know. I have this really strong theory as to what happened. It's my favorite theory so far. But you're right, clobbering time. If they find him not guilty of the murders, he's still going to get tried for the 100 some odd plus indictments for financial crimes. He also has the charges for distributing meth and oxy and forgery. And then there's the lawsuits that he's a part of. And even if they find him not guilty of murdering Maggie Murdaugh, he still gets none of the money from the sale of Moselle. The state, by his own choice, is treating him as though he died before her. It's a beautiful thing.
There, signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So deputy solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a deputy solicitor. Unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says deputy solicitor, but deputy solicitor is a higher rank than assistant solicitor, correct? To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with. And that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking an oath. And then you started asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says deputy solicitor, right?
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity? Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir. I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does. You were reading off of the one that Duffy Stone gave me, correct?
Yeah, and then the one at the top, where did that one come from? You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see it. That
It's
would
not
be,
focused very well.
that's okay. I mean, I know what it is. I looked at it when you handed it to me. So the card on the bottom is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the one on the top should give you a better, there we go. All right. So the one on the top was what came from my dad when he was solicitor. The one on the bottom is what came from Duffy Stone when he was solicitor. And Duffy Stone took over after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's unexpired, the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any
In
vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle. So how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
He's the guy who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been,
5 years, 10 years?
no, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on, that got taken in on June the 7th, I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January. So I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm. So I would have had it for 5 years.
Because he's a lawyer, he was a volunteer lawyer, right? He's not a law enforcement agent. He's a solicitor. Like, he's not law enforcement. In the state of South Carolina, it is illegal for anyone on a non-government vehicle to have flashing red or blue lights. Typically, they do not give solicitors government vehicles with red or blue lights. It's not a thing, not here. Yeah. He's literally telling you who helped him break the law and misrepresent himself. Oh, yeah, that's South Carolina State Law 56-5-4830. Special restrictions on lamps, degree of intensity, red, blue, and flashing lights. It's not so much that they're racking up charges on him. Okay, he's been disbarred. I am unsure if there's a statute of limitations on something like that, but what the prosecution is doing is they're establishing that pattern of behavior, that pattern of misusing his position to do whatever he wants, to get away with what he wants, which will lead into the financial crimes in which he did the same thing, which leads to, again, pattern of behavior and potentially motive for the murders. Although Murdaugh did get himself another charge. He got a misdemeanor warrant put out for him on Friday afternoon for accepting a book from his sister, allegedly, during trial. And that's contraband. You don't do that. Yeah.
And sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls. And I believe in Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
In Colleton, it was Andy Strickland.
And I believe in Allendale, it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm gonna get some blue lights installed in my vehicle, and he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him, and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
Along with Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe so.
Why did you just offer that up?
Show you just real quick. What's been marked as States 507. See if you recognize that.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban that that y'all have.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was. Found it. And that's a picture.
Your Honor, Dr. States 507 in the evidence.
Submitted.
You testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that later.
Boat case being, I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case. Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case? February in 2019.
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case,
Okay.
but when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Paw Paw.
Okay.
So, but there also the civil case.
All right. Paw, that was your nickname for Paul?
I mean, I called him Paw Paw. Maggie called him Paw Paw. Bus calls him Paw Paw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Paw Paw. I mean, that's
Roro.
not.
Who is Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Paw Paw during that?
I don't know
Do you recall?
how I referred to I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation, or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul Paw Paw? No, sir, that is not correct.
It's not the question. The question is this the first time that you have called him that publicly? They have released so many pieces of body cam footage, interviews, paperwork, everything. He has never called Paul Paw Paw until he took the stand.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
In
called
all
him
the
Roro
recorded statements?
all the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul Paul.
Why are you so offended by that question? So defensive.
All right, well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat race wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case, okay? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked a little bit about your badge. Did you have your badge the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so, but I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
He does not know. He does not believe so. Google Drive at the top. Boulder shooting / boat incident. There are redacted SC DNR reports, which have hospital staff saying that he tried to use his badge to get where he's not supposed to go. There's also video proof of it that Connor Cook's lawyer accidentally gave to HBO for their documentary. He didn't realize he wasn't supposed to because he didn't file a lawsuit until 2022. And the video was supposed to be made private in 2019. So, confusion.
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of when I went to the hospital, was I acting in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as states 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offers states 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Admitted.
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out of your pocket. You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. Why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that.
I don't remember that. No, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
All right.
Yes. He still has trial for the financial crimes that he was indicted on, and then he also has civil trials still to go for the wrongful death lawsuit for Mallory Beach, the personal injury suits for Connor Cook, Kenneth Cook, Morgan Dowdy, Miley Altman. Oh, and he still has to face stuff for Gloria Satterfield's sons. Because while his buddy that helped him steal the money, he paid them back. He gave them the money. Murdaugh thought that just because he paid him, he didn't have to anymore. And he was like, we should drop this because they've already been paid. Judge was not happy at all.
Only when you wanted some advantage from it.
Did I Did
Did you
I,
want some advantage from wearing it like that?
did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
All right. What advantage did you want
When?
then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Do you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah,
The
that
elected
was
solicitor?
There was a time period when I absolutely.
I just have to throw this out here real quick. So they're talking about the criminal boat stuff and the badge and all that. He did use that to his advantage a lot. He got it to where no one interviewed his son because as soon as they got to the hospital, where's lawyers? His son never formally got arrested. He was indicted, but not formally arrested. His mugshot was taken in a button-up shirt in some random room, like away from everyone else. And they got his bond or bail, one of the two. They got his restrictions lifted so that way he could pretty much go to whatever the fuck he wanted without getting in trouble while awaiting trial. How's that not an advantage?
Absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to around the time prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
We'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in fact, I'm certain that none of my partners knew I had an addiction.
That night of the boat wreck, you say you don't remember putting your badge out, correct?
No, I don't remember. I don't even remember having my badge.
Do you remember going around talking to the kids, the other kids that were on the boat?
Yeah, I talked to some of them.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I don't think so.
All right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out when something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge. And I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. Did I mean to do this? I'm not saying that I didn't, but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you notice that flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, acting like I was on official business.
So you're
So-
saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there.
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right. Well, you never use these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You You did?
I did.
So you saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into the hospital, correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that is hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That's just not something that, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay.
We're about to see some of the greatest memory loss of all time. All time. He does not remember putting his badge like that. He doesn't remember using it to try and get into the other kids' rooms. He doesn't remember nurses fussing at him to leave them alone. And it just gets worse.
All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that.
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket? Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right. So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say
Allegedly. Clobbering
that
time.
this happened by
Allegedly.
accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally. That's just not how I would normally. That's just not. That's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's fine. You
But-
won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital on the night of the boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge. And I specifically remember, I'm sorry, go ahead. You can ask
You
your next
specifically remember what?
question. That when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my badge out? And I know that I did not do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Did you use that to get into areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
Absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that, that was not truly public domain. I mean, basically, the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad. And she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I noted I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you're wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Your exact words to law enforcement were that your son, who was drunk, underage, had bought alcohol at a convenience store with his brother's ID, that you would not be cooperating with law enforcement. You said that.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Yes, I did learn of that. I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not
Dude, you're a lawyer. You were a lawyer. You should know when to shut your fucking mouth. Oh, that's not gonna look
not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after. I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already knew that
Did
on June the
you
7th.
mentioned Andy Strickland? Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job? As sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged, then if you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
All right. But this was a friend of yours, correct? The guy who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, Andy, yeah, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend,
Sure.
all of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
So yes, sir. And I considered Andy a friend.
would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted, that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Nothing further.
question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June the 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir. Not
You
as
haven't
we
gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had.
For those that don't know, someone put in a very much legal FOIA request for Alex Murdaugh's phone calls from the Richland County Jail, the Alvin S. Glenn Detention Center. And their FOIA request was granted. So they put that shit online. And Alex Murdaugh decided to go to federal court against the guy in charge of the Alvin S. Glenn Detention Center. It did not work. Those phone calls are still very much publicly available. I don't know why he thought, oh wait, yeah I do. I know why he thought the law wouldn't apply. Never mind.
Had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your
Drugs
opiate
was-
addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
it was certainly a cause? Yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that. Yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
No, do you
reason
disagree if that was true?
that they thought that my partners thought that, I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that true?
frustrate you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
What date?
All right. Well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case?
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdoch. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
Get him, A.G. Waters.
I'll show you what's been admitted into evidence as states 331. Let's go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 sec.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to see which ones. All right, I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about
some
that.
questions.
We'll talk about that. All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
But yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what the, she was injured in this wreck with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes,
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
that is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. Do you remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her much as you sat down with this jury and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
That would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean,
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
if that would not be abnormal. Yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it.
I understand that. But
And
you
so-
understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner, but every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were on their side when you were not, correct? That's what you did in every single one of these.
I mean, every time,
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you can explain. I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit.
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I
love AG Waters. But yeah, Miss Parker, I hate his voice too. And I think a lot of my hate for his voice comes from the fact that he can use it to switch emotions, or at least switch outward emotions, so easily. It's gross. Yeah.
admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something, what's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
All right. Well, you know, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have a date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of the check. So that's December 20th, so that goes, 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
And I know, Mr. Murdaugh, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases,
To the comment, Your Honor.
you testified that you would like to just admit that and make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
That's exactly what you implied. Literally. Oh my God.
You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son. And I've sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically in some instances what I did or didn't do.
All right, well, good. Well, we'll do that. But the point that I'm asking you is, it's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point, is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that. I can say I did wrong. I stole money that wasn't mine.
Oh my God, just repeat it over and over. Like, maybe we'll believe you like the fourth time. But he made mention that he didn't have to sit down and convince them sometimes. That people just trusted him enough to not do that to them. A lot of the cases that he was receiving money for and stealing money for were wrongful death and injury. So you would have children with conservators that lost a parent that he'd steal money from, or someone that got just drastically injured and needed the financial help to be able to survive that he would steal the money from. Of course they're going to trust you. You're their only hope in a lot of those situations because they're not really able to afford a lot of lawyers. They can't do that. Scum of the earth.
And I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible what I did.
All right, well, let's look at stage 330. This is Arthur Badger in the UPS case, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember what the total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right. Was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Is it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant.
Okay.
But I believe Arthur Badger was a defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000?
I believe that I did. Yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I would have, I believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back to stage 333, you remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
He was injured in the same wreck that Natasha Thomas was injured in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
Do you remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right, well, let me show you stage 333 and see what the total, if you recall what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks like it was $10,245,000.
And that was for Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that was the attorney's fees that would have gone to PMPED that would have been attributable to you?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement. Is that correct?
$4,098,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Or did you take more
Oh, no,
from?
I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
Been rendered a paraplegic.
No, sir, he was a quadriplegic,
Quadriplegic.
unfortunately.
Thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately take money from his mother, Pamela, as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from Hakeem?
No, sir, not off the top of my head. I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
It was over $1.3 million. Would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Around the time that this was going on, did you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
I think those had happened a little bit before that, but I had some land deals that had certainly had problems.
And that had something to do with the money you were taking as well, did it not?
I think the whole picture had things to do with me doing stuff I shouldn't have done. I mean, I would agree that, I mean, that certainly would have played some role in it.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
A wealthy lifestyle?
Mhm.
Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle, probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
That's not how I would characterize it, but
You wouldn't
I'm not
characterize
gonna-
it as wealthy.
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
Around what time?
2011,
Yes,
2012,
yes,
and you were still stealing money as well, correct?
yes.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Over $1
Never
million.
mind, it's fine. Okay.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Okay, good. We can agree on that. That's a lot of money, correct? I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy.
Is this a question, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that,
Okay, so he knows exactly what he means. He's aware. But he's trying to start out with the apologetics so that way, he doesn't have to talk about the fact that because he was stealing money from his clients, he was able to afford the house in Hampton, the 1,700 acre hunting property worth $3.9 million, the Edisto Beach House, all of the cars, every of the cars, trips wherever they wanted, whenever they wanted. Paul and Buster didn't have to work. Buster got kicked out of law school. He doesn't have a job. This was his girlfriend. I don't know if she has a job. I think that qualifies as a wealthy lifestyle.
We lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue if you want to call it wealthy.
Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No,
All this stolen money?
no, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills, and I know that, I don't remember in 2011 if those
I can almost guarantee that you weren't buying millions of dollars in opiates. Like what? Because if you are, like, shouldn't there be a profit? Wouldn't you be like turning that shit around? You can't blame everything on your addiction, especially when it's just absolutely unreasonable. Like this.
I just can't remember those land deals, but if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede,
Oh, thanks,
even though
Ivy.
you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Who were the Plowlers?
They were two young girls from Columbia.
They were underage when they became your clients?
Yes, sir.
Did they suffer a loss in their family as a result of an accident?
They did.
What loss did they suffer? Who died?
Their mother did.
And did you get a sizable recovery in the case, in that particular case related to that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much that recovery was?
I don't.
Got any idea?
I know it was a significant settlement. I know it was a very good settlement, but
Millions of dollars?
oh yeah, it was millions of dollars. But whether it was, 2 million, I know it was significant. I don't know if it was 8 figures, but I know it was a significant settlement.
And was there a conservatorship for them because they were underage?
There was a conservatorship for them, but I don't think the fact that they were underage is why there was a conservatorship.
You don't think it was because?
He is doing his absolute best right now to try and make it seem like he did not understand that 2 young girls lost their mother. They lost the person that's supposed to be parental consent to be able to do things. They lost the person that would handle things like this should the need arise. They have a conservatorship because they're underage. They lost their mother. Someone has to be able to help them. You know this. Just tell everyone how shitty you are.
Because, at least in part, they were underage when the settlement was received?
No, that's not what I remember, but for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case, was an undesirable witness. And there was testimony that he had hit his wife. And it was clear, we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit. So we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose is why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay. And who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plower Girls account that he was conservator for?
He loaned me money from the Plower account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it.
I mean, there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plowers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Friendly reminder that before the indictments came about, the last time that he had messaged his good buddy Russell about getting a loan, it was 4 days? 4 days exactly, I do believe. Yep, June 3rd. Quote, I need to extend Farm Credit Line another $600K. My dad will sign also if needed. How much turnaround will that take? He said on the stand in his own testimony that, like, by that time his dad was terminal. And his dad passed away 7 days later. Like, what? Really think he's going to sign for you? I wish someone would. I really do. But it's okay. He's digging his own hole. It's beautiful.
Well, this was a loan. Yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plower account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that. But
Dispute that there were emails to that effect?
not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We've agreed on that.
Well, no, sir, I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand, I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people.
Oh my God. Miss Parker, is this man, this white asshole of a man, is he pulling a Trump? And just repeating the same shit over and over and over in hopes that someone will just ask a different question or change the topic? Oh my God, bro. No one's going to believe you if you keep repeating that. It's just the same phrase over and over and over and over. I mean, you really didn't feel bad though. You said that you shouldn't pay back the Satterfields because someone else did, of their own volition. Now you're getting indicted.
People that trusted me to do that. And that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions. And, you know, I mean, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the flyers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell? You take
Yes.
issue with that? You take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Flower girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told
Tell
them that.
Russell to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
I can tell you, I'm sorry, quote, Russell Lafitte was not conspiring with me to do anything, end quote. April 14th, 2022. Multiple indictments. It's actually, this one's a superseding indictment for breach of trust with fraudulent intent, computer crime, and criminal conspiracy for Murdaugh and Lafitte. Another superseding indictment for breach of trust with fraudulent intent, computer crime, and criminal conspiracy for Murdaugh, however you want to pronounce it, Fleming, Lafitte. And a third superseding indictment for breach of trust with fraudulent intent, computer crime, and criminal conspiracy, Murdaugh and Lafitte, in regards to the Badger family. 3 superseding indictments in one day to have criminal conspiracy for you and Lafitte. But he didn't conspire with you ever. Cool.
One thing's clear, you never told this to the Flower girls, did you?
I would have thought the interest rate that I was paying was a little bit more than what a bank loan would have been, but I don't know that. I don't know that to be, I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before, the UPS guy?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million, would you dispute that?
I don't dispute.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stolen the money from Arthur Badger. I misled him and I was wrong.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this?
Alex, you're not a politician. Stop it. Oh, yeah, Miss Parker, there's all the crimes. All the crimes. And his newest misdemeanor that happened in court. Watch that tomorrow.
This money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account. You understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you did. Did you have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to have.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way, this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean,
thank
this
you.
stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
I'm not here to
And-
talk
and
about
what-
that. I'm just talking about
but-
what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte. And what I want to let you know is that I did this. And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
I just asked you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right. So you send him an
Oh my fucking God. Okay, so Russell Lafitte. Russell Lucius Lafitte was found guilty at trial November 8th in U.S. District Court in Charleston, South Carolina. He was found guilty of bank fraud, wire fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, and 3 counts of misapplication of bank funds. And he still needs to go to trial for the indictments that he's facing with Murdaugh, but he can't because Murdaugh is currently on trial. Like, come on now. Allegedly, his sister gave him a book. His sister gave him a book. You can't do that. No. You're in custody even when you're at trial. It's contraband. My theory is, if he covers for everyone else during his murder trial. Yep, exactly. Yep. That's the one. I wonder if he's going to try that when like he actually has to go to trial for the financial stuff. I think he will. Oh, yes, it was. It really was. I'm so mad. I'm a little mad that you weren't here at the start. Because I gave a nice theory as to some of what's going on. It's interesting. It makes sense, oddly. But yeah. Financial crimes.
Email and then ask them to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then apply those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr.
Is
Waters,
that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't dispute what's in those emails as far as, or text, as far as what I told Russell and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking. It's just the specifics of that you want me to give you details on, and I can't do that. I do not dispute what's in those texts or emails.
And did you steal that Badger money because you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned 18?
Actually, he did not. However, I do think that he knew what was going on, to a degree. Just he was. He absolutely was. Oh no, I'm already aware. Okay. So, I am of the belief that Buster knew, but Buster wasn't there. Buster was in Somerville. Yeah, Alex did. Alex got rid of his clothes. You do. I'm the squeaky one. Very much the squeaky one. But yes, he got rid of his own clothes. And the GPS stuff actually kind of backs up that theory. Just a few. Oh, not all of them. Okay. let's get through the rest of today's testimony. And I think tomorrow when I start up the stream for his Friday testimony, I will go over my theory. I went over it some earlier, but I want to type it out, make it look all pretty. I'm like that. Let's go.
And reach the age of majority. And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taking that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do. I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan.
Oh, don't worry. We only got like 30 minutes left of testimony. So by the time it's done, you should be ready to zonk out. It's perfect timing.
That he gave me on the Plyler conservatorship.
You don't remember that?
No, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember. That's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1
That's
million
what I said.
from the Plyler girls without their knowledge? Does that sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records, but I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million? I didn't believe that I had a
In
loan.
total.
Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute.
Actually, I have a different unanswered question. So, the report that SLED put out that has all of the phone data information, all of the GPS tracking, all of the everything for Alex, Maggie, and Paul. He called 911 20 seconds after he got to the scene. 20 seconds. Not joking. The call with 911 ended at 10:17 p.m. He called his brother Randy at 10:17:46. 10:17 p.m. and 46 seconds. He calls Randy the lawyer. He is on the phone with Randy the lawyer for 56 seconds. He deletes the call and sends a text to Randy at 10:18 and 45 seconds after he gets off this phone call and deletes it from the log. Please call me emergency. That's the unanswered question. But that's part of my theory, and we'll go over it tomorrow, I promise.
But that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a $1 million loan from them. But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that. And I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever. And so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plowers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that.
No, I can tell you that was never, that was never an issue or motivation for me. Again, taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken, that didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plyler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a
No,
coincidence?
why you applied it to the Plyler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is, I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plyler conservatorship. At least as I sit here today, but I would have known I had a loan from somewhere. And if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me.
Okay, wait. So I was going to type out a response, but it's really long. So it actually does matter that he deleted the call. You see, at the time that he deleted the call from the record, he was not a suspect or a person of interest. Okay. So if they took just a cursory glance at his phone, like the next day or the day after, it would not matter. Now, when he became a person of interest, when he became a suspect, and they started to get his permission to do those pulls, the 14th solicitor's office, the one that his family founded, did not have those deleted calls in their extraction. Once he was formally indicted, and they were able to do an FBI extraction, and they were able to get the information from Apple, suddenly they had those calls. Weird, right?
I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today? Because
I've
keep
never-
giving the same one over and over again.
I've never practiced that answer, but you keep asking me these questions, and I keep using that answer.
Let me show you what's been entered into evidence as states 321. You recognize generally that document.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the disbursement sheet on the Deon Martin case.
What happened to Deon Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Do you know his family
When he got in the wreck,
prior to him getting in the wreck?
I knew who his family was, but prior to getting in the wreck. But after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Came very close to his family.
Can we just appreciate when A.G. Waters leans in the doorway like that and just looks at the camera like, are you fucking kidding me? Best AG.
And Deon suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Deon was hurt bad. Yes.
Including an injury to his head.
I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Deon having a head injury. I believe Deon had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Deon,
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his parents about Dion's case, but I know I met with Dion, and I may have met with his parents if they say that. I mean, his
you
dad's one of the
became-
most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
You said you became close with them, correct? Close with
Became-
the parents?
I consider Dion's, yes, I think the world of his dad and his mom and Dion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Dion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like, recovery, $2 million. Actually, this is, let's see, I know it was $2 million, but I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe that I said it was $2 million. I can't remember exactly what the recovery is, but I know it was less than $2 million, and I know that I misstated it as $2 million.
So you falsified the paperwork, correct?
It appears that I put inaccurate information on the paperwork. Yes, sir.
You put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
If you like that word, yes, sir.
All right. And that's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the envelope, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the envelope up and then I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that yes.
Why did you do that?
Why did I?
Yeah, why'd you
Why
put that
did I-
500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
I mean,
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe go back to that top of that thing, I believe what I must have done with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check, and I must have had that made to, forge, as you've heard.
Yes, Crow. I'm still going. Because, like, the cross-examination started. And me and Fit were really into it, and I'm still really into it. And we only have 22 minutes left.
To steal that money from Dion Martin
All right, down at the bottom,
that I shouldn't have.
is that your signature down there?
It is.
Is that Dion Martin's signature on the other side? You dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that.
So you would have sat down with Dion Martin, this document with him, and convinced him that there was nothing amiss here?
You know, again, I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't have done it.
You don't specifically remember talking to Dion. There was nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin.
Right there. Did you hear that tone switch?
whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin.
They're getting under his skin. Real bad. Oh my God.
But I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin.
Oh, hey, look. He's back to the soft-spoken tone. That was really fucking fast. Wait, hold on. See? Fast.
You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin. But I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin.
Soft-spoken again. Oh. Tomorrow's stream's gonna be fun.
I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion Martin's money when I shouldn't have.
Well, let me ask you this. Of all the people on here, all these exhibits, do you have any independent recollection of a time where you sat down and looked that person in the eye and you were lying to them and convincing them that everything was okay while you stole their money? Do you remember it, even one of them?
I'm sure I do.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
I mean, you have to show me, you have to give me.
I'm asking you if you remember one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people. I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people,
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation, one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
there were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them.
But he's not getting specific. He refuses to get specific. You see, hi, I'm Mango Jones. I have this really bad habit of finding all of the legal documents that I can when it comes to like court cases and stuff before I start covering them. You see, Alex Murdaugh was working at the time at PMPED. It's Patrick Murdaugh, a couple other names I can't remember off the top of my head. It's also late. Hush. He worked there. He was stealing money through them. He had a fake Forge account. He had this, that, and the other that he claims he just did not do. Right? He has an indictment that was issued August 16th, 2022. This indictment, okay, indictment for obtaining signature or property by false pretenses, money laundering, and computer crime. And it's in reference to PMPED. He was indicted for his crimes committed through PMPED. He is awaiting trial for said crimes. Now, that's all well and good, it's understandable. He was sued by his brother Randy in October of 2021 for an unpaid loan, allegedly. He was sued, taken to court by John E. Parker. One of the P's in PMPED stands for Parker. It's also for an unpaid loan. It's crazy that and he immediately signs a confession of judgment, so they can just go ahead and send him over that money. There's a lot of moving parts, you guys.
There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said, if you ask me questions, but I can't remember sitting down with Dion on
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out in your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast one right now.
Oh, no.
Or anything, whatever reaction you had. You can't remember a single one?
No, sir, that's not correct. I can remember a lot of times where I lied to my clients, I misled my clients, and I stole money from my clients in conversations. But for me to sit and tell you that I had a conversation about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
I know you don't dispute it, Mr. Murdaugh. You've said that 100 times, haven't you? But you can't recall for this jury one of these people looking them in the eye while you lied to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise
Ask
you.
and answer.
Your Honor, asked and answered 3 times.
Well, here. Here you go, Mr. Waters.
Point's made, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but
Okay.
here's
You don't know that either, do you?
here's what I will say again. I remember lying to clients of mine. I did it on more than one occasion. I took their money when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them. But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred 12 years ago is the only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong.
So, A.G. Waters, the absolute doll that he is trying to get him to remember just one time, just one, where he did something like that. Now, mind you, this dude has been doing this for 12 years. Well, 11 years. Yeah. So, why isn't he talking about Satterfield? The Satterfields testified in court about what he did to them, but he can't remember. Getting them to trust him and go with his buddy, Chad Westendorf. Can't remember that? Of course you can't remember that. It'd be too easy to remember the thing that was testified about in front of him, right? Let's see. Which one's this one? Natasha Thomas. When were you done? What year was that? That was 2012. Oh, here we go. I'm going to read this straight from an indictment. It was issued on November 18th, 2021. Count 1. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent. Richard Alexander Murdaugh in Orangeburg County on or about January 29th, 2021, did willfully, unlawfully, and feloniously convert to his own use with intention to permanently deprive the owner of possession goods to which he had been entrusted by the owner for the care, keeping, and possession to wit. AKA, he stole. While relying on his prestige and reputation as a lawyer and the trust of Thomas L. Moore, a highway patrolman who had been injured in the line of duty, had come to Murdaugh for help. And he convinced him to sign over with PMPED, an insurance company check for settlement proceeds in his case, by telling him that the money could not be dispersed until his litigation was finished. What? He then had a settlement proceeds check for $125,000 made out to Forge to be dispersed from the PMPED client trust account. Forge Consulting LLC, the real company, they're not involved in this. Forge is Murdaugh's fake account. It's his bank account. January 29th, 2021. Can't remember that, Alex? Crazy.
But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give you.
We could just write that answer down on a sheet of paper and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't we, Mr. Murdaugh?
Objection is overruled.
If that's what you want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
These were real people you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely. They were,
I
you know
know
what?
you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And, you know, one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about, and I did them this way. You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made an issue about to Annette Griswold. And it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people. I mean, I know the people that I did wrong and that I hurt, that I stole from. I mean, they're people.
But when he asked you to name just one, you would not give a specific answer. And that's sus as hell and is not going to look good in your financial charges and your court cases for that.
That I think a lot of. And
They didn't know.
hang on. I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That
A
I'm,
lot of damage and wreaked a lot of havoc. I hear you.
there's no question about it.
Let me show you what's been marked as States 315. See if you recognize this.
I do.
Which case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened, though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. Might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck
Did she die?
and she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one
I
at
do.
all?
I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh, no, Mr. Waters, I remember all of these people.
Okay.
It's
You remember all of these people. When he asked you to name a specific person that you hurt in this way, you could not. And I think that it is both because you were trying to protect the other people from your old law firm and from Palmetto State Bank, and because you're not actually fucking sorry. You're a terrible person. God damn it.
not that I don't remember them. You're just asking me details about conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
Right. And you stole all of the money, didn't you? In
I
this
s-
case?
I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
I have to look at the records, but if
You
that's.
credited yourself with legal fees and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't dispute that. If-
All right.
if you
Tell
let
me
see
about,
that.
first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she came to you
It
for
was a
help. Is
daughter,
that
a
correct?
Granddaughter, but
All right.
one.
All right. And she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime of the money.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters. I stole her money. I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. if you look at that disbursement sheet, I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Okay. You don't remember having any conversations with her when you lied with her about this case while you were stealing all her money?
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
So again, you can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay.
Then answer the question.
You just testified you remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart,
There are a lot of
stuck in your brain.
There are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money, where they trusted me. And I remember them.
Okay, so most people, like most attorneys, would just switch to a new question. A.G. Waters is fighting this because he's fighting this so hard because Murdaugh supposedly cared deeply about these people. He had nothing but the best to say about one of the families and how great their dad was and this, that, and the other. He's talking about children that he stole money from. He's talking about the elderly He's talking about people that are hurt, that are grieving, that are going through the most. And he will not and cannot say a single name of one of the people he hurt because he feels no remorse. He feels nothing. Because if he actually did feel something, because there's quite a few of these cases where he was doing it alone. But if he did feel something, he would have said it by now. He hasn't. If he can do this to the most vulnerable people, why wouldn't he be able to do it to, his wife and his son and feel no remorse? That's just my theory. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. So
But you keep-
again, can you tell me how it went down, what you said, how you convinced them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them? Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Your Honor, objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection is overruled.
What's your question, Mr. Waters?
I love our judge for this case so much.
Can you tell me about one of the conversations you had with all of these people? Just one.
I can
where
tell you
what was
excuse
going
me.
through your head and how it went down when you sat there and looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my clients that I cared about. And so I will tell you that I had conversations with them where I misled them and I lied to them and I took their money. And that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me,
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdaugh?
every single one of these clients I would have had conversations with at some
It's
point.
fine, it's
But
fine.
this particular, like Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side. You don't remember that.
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you
Tell me
asked
about it.
me. I had numerous conversations with Miss Mallory, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her
Tell me about one. Tell me how it went down.
where
We're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves. Case. We'll see you all 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Miss Parker, you'll be very happy to know that this was the testimony from Thursday. So he was still on the stand on Friday. So we're going to watch that tomorrow. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate y'all. Again, down in the description, there are links to all of the people I share StreamYard with. The stream pervs. We're okay-ish. Got the master list of resources, LGBTQIA+, reproductive rights, reproductive health, DVSA, all that stuff. We have the resources. They're in there. There's also my LinkTree of Things. Yeah. You guys stay safe. You guys be happy. Take your meds. Drink your water. Love you lots. Bye, guys.